Now let me ask you something, Bryce. If I were to ask you right now what we were about to do, what would you say? Can you tell he was unprepared?
I was completely unprepared. I was going to try to come up with something random off the top of my head, but I guess we're going to stream some Modern.
I have a feeling that we are, in fact, going to be streaming some Modern.
Got it right!
Nice. It's going to be 4 rounds of Modern in the most bushwhacking, fire-slinging, potentially Bantel-Draziing, Stormageddon-ing, infectious spreading.
There are at least 2 Infect decks out.
Basically, it's going to be sweet. You should all be excited because I know that I am. How about you?
I'm excited.
That's the face of excitement if I ever saw it. Round 1 is coming up. It's going to be 4 rounds. It's like 24 people, which is going to be absolutely exciting. I got to shake my head and go, yes.
Looks like pairings are up, so I'm going to go.
Nice. Let's do it. Rock and roll. Take it to the mountain. Hi, everybody. It's great to see you all. I wasn't here last Saturday, and then we weren't even here on Monday. I missed you all. It was weird not streaming, but I got to get out and play a little bit because all work and no play makes TJ a dull boy. Oh, hi, everybody. I missed you all. Clearly, I didn't get my fix of just saying dumb stuff. The new Red Myth is super sweet. Doubt it's actually playable outside of Dredge and or Madness Shells. I think that card is sweet, and that's absolutely true, but nonetheless, it's gonna be awesome. Dante, it's great to see you. I hope you're enjoying the show, and I hope everyone's enjoying the show. Looks like, oh man, I didn't hit my little button that's gonna tell me how many people are here, but it's awesome having you all. I'm excited. It feels good to be back. It's good to be back. If you haven't yet, always feel free to follow on Twitter at RedBaronMTG. I'm starting to realize as I go through other people's that I should be spamming on there. Nah, I should just actually put out more stuff on there, but in the meantime, I'll let you know when we're streaming, and in the rest of the time, I tend to completely overuse hashtags because I'm still a little bit new to them. They're fresh and exciting and all kinds of fun. Really hope Fortune's Favor is playable. I got to say, Fortune's Favor is such a sweet card. I'm shamelessly stealing this from Reddit, but someone in there ended up quoting basically Princess Bride in the scene with the, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Yeah, I'm excited about that card. It's gonna be so cool. Man, whether or not it's playable, I don't even care at this point. I think that Mono Blue Prism might be able to use it. I see Ryan on the left. Can you tell me a little bit more about what I might have other than what I'm able to extrapolate from completely incomplete data?
Well, you're doing well so far. You got Ryan on Abzan.
Excellent.
Who is up against Michael Londino.
Ah.
Who is on what he called Trading Post Tron.
So this might be Michael's time to shine, because he doesn't normally get on camera, because he's usually playing
He's usually playing some random deck that we don't want to feature yet. So now he's playing a deck that Coleman approved of and decided to put him there. So.
Trading Post Tron. So I imagine that this is going to be very similar to a Mono Blue Tron shell that is just trying to capitalize on Trading Post. So, and apparently Slowly Crashing is advocating for it. Going up against Abzan mid-range, I mean, you already have to think that probably Tron has got an advantage.
Tron has got an advantage against Abzan pretty much all the time.
Mono Blue Tron's somewhat less, but it's still a pretty distinct advantage.
Still pretty good.
But the Path to Exiles in that deck are able to do a decent amount,
threats.
and the fact that there isn't like the Karn and the there aren't those super game ending threats, and it tends to be kind of a control deck. So I could kind of see this going either way.
The only problem is that Path to Exile and Abrupt Decay do not deal with Trading Post very well.
It's going to be raining goats on the field. Let's head on down. Okay, so we are going to be seeing Trading Post Tron on the right. I'm excited. Coleman telling me that it's a different Tron than we're used to at all. Well, I gotta tell ya, I'm excited.
I'm.
This smile is 100% genuine.
I guess I'm excited.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
I mean, you gotta go up against Abzan. Abzan being, like, one of the iconic mid-range decks of Modern.
Yeah, definitely, alongside Jund being a green-black value deck. It's one of those things that... It's a pillar of the format.
Absolutely, and you take that green-black shell, and basically with the Abzan, you're just splashing white. And the big 3 reasons for that is, 1, Path to Exile. It's better against these bigger decks than Lightning Bolt. Lingering Souls. It outgrinds
Big one.
Kolaghan's Command, which is kind of the trade-off in the red. And Siege Rhino.
Siege Rhino.
Those
Good old Siege Rhino.
pretty much what you're looking at as far as... Otherwise, you can expect your general Thoughtseize, Tarmogoyf, Liliana kind of lead off.
General Thoughtseize Tarmogoyf Liliana.
Yep. Nice. I get it. It's a military joke. Clearly, I
It's a
picked
How I
up
Met
on
Your
the...
Mother joke. I've been watching that a lot recently.
You don't know my mother.
Not your mother.
Oh, okay, cool though.
The mother of Ted's children from the show.
Ah, that's right. The story that he took 7 years to tell. So a turn one Thoughtseize from...
9 years.
Sorry, my bad. So a turn one Thoughtseize, and we get to take a look here.
So he's
We've got a Spine of Isha.
Spine of Ishsaw, exploration map,
Trading
trading post, repeal.
And then 2 Tron lands and an island. That's actually a really solid hand.
Very good hand. for
Absolutely. But the Spine of Isha is absolutely unusual. Great card. We're going to bring that one
Michael.
up
It pairs
because...
very well with trading post because you can sacrifice it as an artifact, get it back, and keep blowing things up.
Oh,
He
absolutely.
takes exploration map. Interesting.
I actually kind of
I like that because you can't. He
Take-
has to draw into another Tron piece.
Attacking the cantrips of Trading Post are the... Play well, get rewarded.
Alright.
But I actually like that because not only taking out their search effects, when there's, they are running 12 of them in your, I guess, green red Tron. In your mono blue Tron, not as much.
Yeah.
But definitely unusual there. Draws into it
Draws
perfectly.
right into it. Now we may have to remind Michael about his lands.
He seems to be, he's doing okay. Maybe.
Yeah, there we go. I didn't have to say anything.
We appreciate you, Michael.
I bet that Coleman yelled something at him.
Nah. I'm gonna believe that. Oh.
Did you just draw the Tron piece?
Yes.
Sure.
Then he just has to go for probably the Academy runes with this
What? No,
exploration.
did he draw a mat? Did he draw a mine or did he draw a tower? Because I think a power plant. I think he drew a mine. I think he drew a second mine.
That looks a bit like a power plant to me.
It's so tough to tell when you have non-matching pieces.
That's true. So,
Ooh,
for
Ryan kept a one-lander.
Yeah.
And Michael's going to just blow up his land.
I mean,
You go get the third Tron piece, you blow up his land.
oh, absolutely. And the
That's
fact
fine
that
of Ishsaw.
keeping a one-lander is super risky, and I'm really curious as to what is... I see Lingering Souls, I see a Painful Truths, but I have to question why you keep a one-lander in Obzon that isn't even a dual land. I guess that's the biggest thing for me.
Well, he just went and got
Oh,
an
because
island.
he got the power plant. He just
Okay,
needs the
so it
double
is a
blue.
power plant.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So he wants double blue for something.
So, oh man, you don't
Power
need
plant and spine. Let's get rid of your land.
you don't need that spine. It's holding
Go
your
ahead.
back.
Well, Ryan drew a land.
Oh.
He was holding back a ghost quarter.
That's bold.
That is interesting.
That strikes me as particularly bold against this deck. And seeing the island, I think that I may not have gone for that line just because, one, hitting your curve is super important. So let's not discount that. But also, against Mono Blue Tron, its priority, and this is what I'd be like looking at if I'm in Ryan's seat, is Tron is not their priority.
No.
I mean,
Tron is just the icing.
Tron is their inevitability. And so I'm not sure if I would have... Did I just see a Codex Shredder as well?
That is a Codex Shredder. That can buy back his Tron piece.
I mean, yes. So is this just a trading post buyback? Like, just let this. I guess this might just be entirely based about abusing Spine of Isha.
It's, I mean, like, hey, if it works.
It's Michael's Karn. So we get a Shambling Vents in tapped, and just still nothing quite going the right way right now. So I have to think that Michael's running away with this game right now.
Well, yeah, Michael just drew his other Tron piece, so he is fully online. He's going to be able to cast Trading Post.
I don't think that he can. Oh yeah,
Trading Post costs 4, so you can tap
he can
two.
sack, activate, and recast the spine. He can cast the Trading Post, pay the 1 to activate it, play down his Tron piece, as long as he doesn't use the tower. Or did
Well,
he get it?
he played the Tron piece to get to that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I was thinking that he still had the other one that got hit by the Ghost Quarter. I'm wrong. I mean, it's still bad for Ryan.
Yeah, no, this is not going well for Ryan. This is very bad.
So let's take a look at Trading Post, which is actually one of the more, like, from a design... nice.
Balduvian.
From a purely design perspective, is so perfect.
Oh yeah, it's a cool card.
Because once you activate all 4 abilities, you've gone through a cycle of a variety of resources and profited with 3 life. That's it. So, we're going to see him likely tap it, sacrifice an artifact to draw a card, and get the Spine of Ishab back into his hand.
Back.
And, I don't know, I feel like that's going to do a decent job of taking down pretty
Look, a
much anything.
Tarmogoyf.
At this point, I'd probably just attack the mana before the Tarmogoyf and continue to shut down that mana base.
Yeah, you're not in any real danger. A repeal bouncing the Tarmogoyf.
That also does pretty solidly.
That's pretty good here.
And then take down the
And
Overgrown
then
Tomb.
still be able to crack
Yep.
that.
Draw a card, play that, take down the Overgrown Tomb, potentially cutting off the green source, which cast that Tarmogoyf in the first place.
I think Ryan does have another fetch land. But it's another Marsh Flats.
So he'd have to take some damage to
And
do it at all.
And Michael milled an Overgrown Tomb with the Codex Shredder last turn.
But it's likely that he has options as far as...
No, I'm sure he has like a Temple Garden.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't expect him to be playing more than 2 Overgrown Tombs.
I could maybe justify a third one just because it is so much the black-green shell, but definitely not if one of the other shocks. I think 2 is kind of your limit outside of that. But I don't know his build exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a third one. But...
Here's 7 Spine of Ishsaw. Let's get that out of here.
Actually, this Trading Post Tron is doing a really solid job of locking the game out. Now, unfortunately, he's drawn into 3 islands, so he's got a lot of land in hand. And do we know what the final card in his hand is? After all that we saw, I don't think that we do, because we saw...
I think he has
3 lands. We saw the Spine, the Trading Post, the Repeal,
it's
and
a
the
foil
Expiration.
land. I think it's a Staff of Nin.
Beautiful. That's awesome. So, an extra 1 damage, an extra card per turn. I mean, Staff of Nin is just phenomenal.
It's a fun way to close out the game when you're blowing your opponent's stuff up with Spine of Ishsaw every turn.
Does go for the Temple Garden in this case. So I think that you are right that he was maxing out at the 2 Overgrown Tombs. Going to replay out this this Tarmogoyf.
Yep.
Doesn't have a whole lot of options as far as answering that now, but I mean, this Trading Post is going to answer it so cleanly in drawing him extra cards, first of all, which is big. Which is, what are we looking at there?
He milled himself. I have no idea what that is.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a lot of blue mana.
I'm pretty curious about that. If any of the
Is that
Fortnites-
Zer's Weirding?
Oh, please tell me it is.
Is that Zer's Weirding? Nope, that's not it.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh, man.
Awkward
that
Ninjas,
card?
it's great to see ya. So, the Tarmogoyf. A second one coming down after the Spine, and I bet you can guess what's going to be happening.
Thirst for knowledge. That's what's going to happen.
I guess I was thinking of something else, but actually he... Oh, just shy of being able to repeal
Oh,
it.
he has a second spine.
Machine the Mind Cage.
Machine the Mind Cage. Okay.
I'm so afraid of what I'm going to see here.
All creatures
Blue,
get
blue, blue, and
X number of
4.
cards in your hand. Okay. I guess you don't want to get attacked while you're blowing your opponent's stuff up
That
every turn with
is-
Spine of Ishsaw.
Beautiful! So a second Spine coming down, and just absolute glory on the battlefield. 2 condescends out,
Jeez.
so plenty of ability, especially when your opponent only has 3 lands.
Stuck on 3.
He can condescend anything that comes out. And that is so,
I think Ryan has 3 copies of Lingering Souls in his hand.
so beautiful.
Lingering Souls is pretty good, actually, against Spine of Ishsaw lock. Takes a long time for them to try to take it down.
Oh my goodness. This Maishin is beautiful. I can't hate it. So, I'm going to scribe putting some on the bottom. We're going to sack it, draw a card, demonstrating basically he's got every end step he's going to be doing this.
Yep.
Untapping.
Every turn I'm going to blow up a thing, and then I'm going to draw a card.
Yes. Seems like a pretty solid investment.
A
So,
second copy of Trading Post.
so actually, if he can rebuy back this, he has the ability to rebuy back an artifact too, and maybe just double down on these.
He has 2 more Trading Posts. in his
Go
hand
Giddens,
back.
Dante, Awkward Ninjas, Tebin, Cavaltre, Zeris. Who else am I missing? Dutch. And anybody else who is joining, it is awesome to see you all. To the 41 people, hello. And it's so great to see you all here. You've never heard of Trading Post Tron,
Neither have we.
because we haven't either. It's a little bit of out of the, no, let's say out of the blue, to be on theme.
because it plays blue.
Out of the blue, but being completely in blue.
Well, Condescend gonna take out the second copy, the flashback side of Lingering Souls, and Michael going to knock Ryan off of his black source again, I would assume.
Brando, it's great seeing you. Now, I do have to wonder, though, at this point, I actually have yet to see, unless, of course, it's Codex Shredder,
Well,
I have yet
here's
to
a goat.
see actually what the win condition is.
Well, he just made a goat. So 0-1 goats. That's how you win, right?
Well, once he drops down this Maishin, that actually affects them as well.
Well, my shin got milled.
Oh, yeah, but he can eventually drop one down. He's got Codex Shredder. He can buy it back. Codex Shredder has
I think the win condition is the Staff of Nin.
That could be... Actually, you're right. That Staff of Nin is going to be a pretty solid one.
Ping him for 20 turns.
You know, I don't...
At this point, it's 12, but...
But this Codex Shredder, the ability to pay 5, tap and sack it, to rebuy back anything, does mean that that's probably why we've been seeing him mill himself against a deck that is running Lingering Souls that you probably don't want to fuel.
Takes out the Temple Garden instead of the Black Source. Interesting.
I actually like that.
Alright, here is Staff of Nin. Clock established.
So, congratulations, you have 6 turns. Sorry, 12.
12 turns.
I was thinking extra card, extra damage. So, drawing 3 cards per turn now.
Down to 11.
And we've got a clock. I mean, I like
jeez.
this as a clock.
Wow, this is just gross.
I think this is glue. Man, did you hear that?
That was a loud crack.
Oh, my goodness. So, a lot of mana available to us. Double Trading Post, a Staff of Nin on the battlefield. We're drawing, and we got the Academy Ruins to just... I mean, if you didn't have a lock already established...
now we're there. I think it also plays Mindslaver, so it's got Slaver Lock built in as a win condition as well.
And actually, I think he has enough to sacrifice one of these. Are we going to path the goat? Tell me we're going to path the goat. No, he just gets rid of it.
He didn't have Light Source. Swamp.
Yeah. But actually, we have enough to sack it and recast it with this Trading Post and draw a card.
Well, if you just cast another Trading Post instead, showing you, I have Trading Posts. Stop trying.
I actually really would have liked to see him go for it, just to eliminate any mana. I mean, the one that is colorless, so it doesn't particularly matter. But at the same time, if you're going to lock out hard. So, drawing 2, we're getting the staff back. At the upkeep, we're going to draw a card, and then we're into the draw step. I hope Michael's running a Reliquary Tower, because this is almost
Drawing
becoming
so many
a problem.
cards.
I don't think that...
I think he might have missed his draw that turn.
That's a, that's the portal. That's the... Oh, which portal is that? Hold on. I gotta beat chat here. That is a card that I've only seen in EDH so far. That is a possessed portal.
Oh, it's a possessed portal? If player
Yes.
draws that player saves that person, the enemy's turn, if player sacrifices permanent unless he or she discards a card.
The Lockout.
Lovely.
8 mana artifact. If a player
You
would
don't
draw
get
a
to do
card,
anything.
they skip that draw instead. He is drawing so many cards that he could actually just line this up, and he's got more permanents right now, and he can continually make goats. This is beautiful.
Wow. This is insane.
So when you have to
That
keep
is-
discarding... Dang it. So you have to keep discarding cards. All you have to do is pay 1 life to continually make 1/1 goats.
Well, here's
It's
a
absolutely
pair
beautiful.
of treasure mages that Michael has just decided not to go get anything. I mean, it's 4 damage. This is a 2-turn clock right now.
You could go for another Staff of Nin, I suppose. But we're down to 8. We're going to be swinging in to knock him down to 4. And this is going to be pretty close to a win.
Nah.
Ryan really making him have it.
You better show me that you can kill me, even though you can do it on board.
I think at this point, Ryan is just trying to learn what else is in this deck.
He really should have used the Slaughter Pact that was in his hand there.
I hope he does that. Yes!
Just go ahead and pass the turn to him. Go ahead.
Pass.
All right, you got me. Go ahead. Dies to the pact.
Oh, man, I missed the clock. What time are we at?
Let me take a look.
Oh, okay.
33 minutes and 30 seconds.
Close enough. Nice. So, Michael taking a very dominating game one with this Tron, going for a lock of Spine of Isha coupled with Trading Post. Both cards that we saw in the opening hand, and we saw him early on take the Exploration map, and I guess if you were to go back, would you end up taking one of those lock pieces instead?
I probably would have taken Spine.
I
Or
probably
Trading
still
Post,
would have
but I
gone
think
for
it's
the
probably
map.
Spine. Honestly,
Knowing that he had a Ghost Quarter in hand, though?
knowing he had a Ghost Quarter in hand, I think you allow him to play the map because you're planning on taking out one of those pieces anyway. What you want to take is Spine of Ishsaw that's just going to totally destroy your day.
That's true, and I think Ryan's mentality was to instead prevent the Tron from happening. But then, I'm so thrown off by the holding out on this Ghost Quarter, because I don't think that it would have made a huge difference, but curving out would have been significant, because even if he wasn't going to activate that Tron, that Ghost Quarter just yet, playing out something that may have been a threat could have... it would have ended up not going particularly well because of how quickly it was going, but I don't know. The sequencing on that one was hard, and Michael just locked out really well. Nyoko, it's great to see you. Goblin Guy, it's good to see you all. And Todoro, it's great to see you again. And hello to everybody else who is just joining. We're getting close to 60 people, and I can't tell you just how much, even though I like to, how much I appreciate each and every single one of you. They're the cream of the crop. Nobody does it better. Absolutely. You are all the Macho Man Randy Savage of the WWE. Oh yeah, of the World Wrestling Federation, you would all be Macho Man Randy Savage.
Wow, that's heavy stuff.
It's extreme, yeah. It's too hot to handle, it's too cold to hold. You see, the sky's the limit and space is the place. So, is this the Tron variant that loses to Stu? Actually, kind of.
Yeah, it definitely loses Stony Silence.
I guess
You can't really
losing a
activate his
sack
locks.
outlet. Yeah, actually, interestingly enough, I want to say no, because by running 4 Spine of Isha, that's a really good tool
Yeah,
to
you can just play it and blow up Stony Silence.
to take out the Stony Silence. He has a bit of inevitability as
and
far
it
as
can
the
repeal
goes.
them as well.
And repeal his cast one. He's got a lot of blue sources, so I'm not gonna go with saying
I
this
wouldn't say
loses.
that it automatically beats it. It shuts it down pretty hard to the point where it has to get those specific cards.
Yeah. Goblin Guy, you want to be Ric Flair? Ooh. Ric Flair and the Macho Man did not get along. Once had to get into a fight, and the Ultimate Warrior had to step in. Mr.
They
Perfect
can't take
was there
the sky
too.
from you, Xeris. Fly high in Serenity, bro.
Man, Ryan's a leaf on the wind.
Oh, don't say those things. It's too soon.
I know. I guess this round's a wash. So, Michael taking game 1. Ryan going to be on the play in this case.
Game
Now,
2 brought to you by Dasani. Drink it. It's water.
Ryan going to actually. I'm okay with Dawson. That's my favorite water. Ryan going to be starting off this game 1. As far as what I'm expecting from his game plan and what I think his ideal game plan is going to be, it needs to start with hand disruption.
That's important.
I don't think that letting Michael have his first 2 turns without any sort of disruption, just doing his game plan, is going to go well. So I think that we're going to see at least some kind of hand disruption.
Agreed.
As far as backups going, Lingering Souls is okay, but not incredible. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what we've got there. I mean, against what we saw, if Michael just does that game plan the same way, that is just not going to go well.
There's not really a way for Abzan to win a game that's played in that manner.
So maybe Thoughtseize, take out either a Spine or a Repeal, drop down a Stony Silence,
And hope for the best.
turn 3 Liliana.
Turn 2 Tarmogoyf, turn 3 Liliana.
I almost want the Stony Silence
turn 1
2.
Thoughtseize, turn 2 Tarmogoyf, turn 3 Liliana is still just pretty good.
It's still pretty good. I think you might need the Stony Silence though.
Yeah.
Even then, it's kind of iffy. So that is.
We'll have to see what Ryan can put together.
It's going to take a really good hand for Ryan to go for this one. Michael, on the other hand, his game plan to me feels like pretend like Ryan isn't there, assemble
One of
mana,
these things.
and then make him actually not there. like,
That's basically what it was. The game was very one-sided.
oh, absolutely. And actually, I mean, if you're gonna put a deck on, put its debut on, letting it just kind of do its thing, that's one way to go about it.
That's the dream.
So I'll be really interested. It'll take some really tight play from Ryan, and honestly, just some faltering from Michael for a win to be pulled out from Ozon
Yeah.
here.
Definitely.
BP Pride, it is great to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us, and hello to everybody. I'm sorry that we did not stream on Monday, but it was the 4th.
Yeah, I was busy.
Man, I haven't been here since last Wednesday.
Wow, what was that like?
It was discomforting, to be quite frank with you.
I mean, you were here on Saturday.
I was here, but like, yeah,
You played.
I played, and I got in here at the very end, but I miss this. I love it. So we've got the turn 1.
Inquisition.
Hopefully we get the second land here. We've got a Mindslaver in hand.
Are we going to take the Spreading Seas?
Spreading Seas or a Thirst
You
for
can take Spreading
Knowledge.
Seas or Thirst. Depends on the texture of Ryan's hand.
You know, I might actually...
Depending on his mana base, Spreading Seas might just be what he wants to take.
I think just cutting him off of the curve, especially if he's got more hand disruption available to him, but it doesn't look like he's got a land of hand. I think Ryan's got like 4 lands in hand right now.
Takes the
So
Thirst.
so I think I like that because he's got a lot of land, which is probably problematic in his hand nonetheless. But it means that he's not going to be super disrupted by this Spreading Seas because he can just replay out a land and refix his mana base.
Yeah.
And he's got an okay number of colorless costs. It's going to help him. It's going to help him cast Painful Truths.
It's true. Why would you say it was discomforting? That's hurtful. I was in here. Makes me
And-
sad inside.
Ryan gonna go down to 17. Now this strikes me as a little bit. Okay, just doing the fetch shock. I think he was just debating what he wanted to go down to. Going down to the 17 to go for this one.
I think he has a Scavenging Ooze in his hand.
I think a Scavenging Ooze, potentially a Tarmogoyf, but going for the double black there is interesting. Cutting himself off of white mana. Again, I think it's because he just has a lot of white mana in hand, and double black is going to be more important.
Very well could be.
Maybe hoping to draw into the turn 3 Liliana. But actually, and we've
Okay,
got...
it's a Tarmogoyf. Okay. It's a 3/4.
It's not bad.
Decent size.
It's not bad. It's going to be swinging in... it's likely going to survive. Because right now, the only thing that we know about Michael's game plan is that he's got a Mindslaver and a Spreading Seas. And
It looks like he picked up a copy of
looks like a Staff and Nin.
Staff of Nin.
Which isn't going to be incredible. Likely
Spreading
taking the
Seas.
Overgrown Tomb. And actually, we could see Ryan going for that way. That way he can go into the Temple Garden next turn.
Yeah.
And maybe just not trying to leave up his Temple Garden. So,
Yep, here is Temple Garden.
Xeris, I like your thought. I like your thought. I think we do now have... Actually, I think I would have liked the Lingering Souls more there. Only because he doesn't have the second green. And I think going for the curve there and potentially next turn, being able to either flash back the Lingering Souls and play a Scavenging Ooze, or to leave up the green if
the
you
green
feel
for
that it's
Scavenging
necessary.
Ooze.
I think if I had the extra green, I might have gone for the Scavenging Ooze because we've already seen what this deck can do, and maybe to start really eliminating that graveyard early on. But even still, I'm not super concerned by what's going on in Michael's graveyard at the moment.
A Kitchen Finks is the draw here. Interesting.
It's a nice Brazilian piece. I mean, Spine
Yeah, when you
destroys,
saw Spine of
technically.
Ishsaw as your opponent's main way of killing things,
It
makes
might
sense.
it might let you get
But
in
I
5
think
damage.
his lands are a Gavany Township and another swamp. So he's not able to cast Kitchen Finks.
No, and going for the swamp here, possibly trying to hold back the Gavany Township because that might be another one of his key ways of putting through pressure. Now, again, he doesn't have the second green/white source as it currently sits, so going to be somewhat
Lingering
problematic.
Souls does resolve.
And then we've got a pretty a decent opportunity to swing in for what, 5 now? Yeah.
Puts Michael down to 12.
So, applying a decent amount of pressure, Michael not finishing out his Tron, getting an end of turn Thirst for Knowledge, though, but if he doesn't find... Wow.
2 maps?
I think we're going to be discarding a map. I don't know about you.
Seems likely. Seems like something you would want to do.
Unless is he not discarding? Or possibly just doing the math. We'll have to see. Okay, yeah, I think we're going to see the discard. We could see him go for 2 lands just because he's got that opportunity available to him right now, because he's got a decent amount of lands, and if he only needs to go for the other one, I think what he's trying to figure out is if he can...
What he can do next turn if he cracks map and gets the other Tron piece.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, maybe getting rid of the
Discarding
staff.
Staff of Mana, interesting.
So maybe doing the math of how much damage he's taken, which is a decent amount, and trying to line up where using
that does
this
put an
repeal,
artifact in the graveyard, so Tarmogoyf's now 4/5.
and we can use the repeal to try and buy a little bit of time. Possibly play down a land, use a repeal. I mean, you can even use it on one of these Lingering Souls tokens if you really need to. And if Michael wants to complete Tron right now, in a desperate pinch, I've seen it happen, where you just cast repeal on a spirit token, trying to draw into the last piece.
Hey, it's a thing you can do.
Mm-hmm. So, we're going to drop this down. The unfortunate part, though, is that he already has the tower out, so he's only going to be able to give himself 2 mana. Because he can't go and grab the tower, and that's why when you're watching a lot of these Tron decks, you'll see them fetch in the order of Mind and Power Plant first, followed up with the Tron.
Followed by a tower, so you have that 3rd mana.
Exactly.
3 mana off it.
So as you expend the single mana that they produce to get there, you have 1 more, and it's sometimes relevant. Otherwise, a good amount of land. Is that a Buried Runes?
Might be.
I think that might have been a Buried Runes, which is pretty sweet, actually.
It is indeed Buried Ruins.
Haven't seen that since it was like being tested in a lot of Lantern.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, pay 2,
Makes
sacrifice
sense.
it to grab an artifact from your graveyard to your hand. He's been doing a lot of milling to himself. He's been using Thirst for Knowledge. He's been using Codex Shredder. He's got the Trading Post. It gives you a really nice way to, 1, produce mana, and later grab back one of your game-ending pieces. I can get behind that.
He is lands in fronting again.
That's okay. I'm sure Coleman overheard that. At least it's not for a creature that's going to be relevant on the board state. It's just going to be something that gets cracked. So I'm willing to wait for someone to mention it to him. Otherwise, these 2 Lingering Souls. There's 8 damage on the field right now. It's going to be pretty difficult to make that lethal. So basically, Michael has got a turn. And next turn, he's going to be going for his 3rd piece. And I think he just needs to draw into one of his answers, because I don't think that he has one in hand. So I think his main game plan right now is to probably end up casting the repeal to draw a card, use this, go down to 2, and try to draw into an answer. And I just don't think that there's a ton of... actually, we're not going to use it this turn.
Looks like he's going to repeal the...
Probably the Tarmogoyf, if anything.
Looks like, yep.
So by going for this,
He only takes 4, goes down to 8. It's still that gives him 2 turns.
And it means that he can use his islands to crack this exploration map.
Next turn, and then have 7 mana.
Yep. So it ends up being somewhat functionally similar, unless there's like an 8 mana spell. But actually, I think that ends up being fairly similar, and it helps him dig a little bit deeper. That Mindslaver, not quite what we're looking for. It's just shy. Let's see. If you play Recross the Paths Belcher, oh boy, I haven't come across someone playing it yet, to be honest with you.
Oh, well, there's Tassiter. Interestingly, that does take sorcery and land out, making his Tarmogoyf into a 2/3.
That is interesting, actually. So now we've just got instants and artifacts in the graveyard.
Well, just drew the other Tron piece.
Or you go for the
No
repeal
big
to
deal.
draw into it.
He does have Mindslaver.
But it costs how much to activate it? It costs 10, doesn't it? It's 6 and then 4? No, that's alright. It's been a while since I've used a Mindslaver. It's been a while since I've used a Mindslaver. 6 and 4.
6 and then 4, so 10.
We're shy.
So, yeah, he is just shy.
Yep.
So he needs to survive through the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
If he does, he has Buried Ruin that he can get it back with. He can crack the map at some point, go get. Well, he can crack map this upcoming turn. Get.
But there's nothing that's going to get him to survive, I don't think. What's that blue
I
card?
know he plays.
Yeah, he's got an
He
island.
plays Aetherize effects.
He could-
In it.
He could... Oh, no, because he already played a land for turn. So, yep.
No,
Picking him
he's
up.
just dead.
Obzon. Taking down game 1 off of 1. Making
Game two.
some... I'm sorry, taking down game 2. I was thinking of the word 1, and it became game
He
1.
won the game.
Yeah. So, goes for basically Ryan plays out a pretty nice curve. One small sequencing error that I think would have been the same, because actually the Scavengers ended up swinging 4 just 2 that whole game, so I think playing out that slightly different order would have been better, but it didn't end up punishing him too much. And overall just continues going for his game plan, and Michael ends up actually faltering basically by not really finding anything early on.
Yeah, he just didn't do anything in the early game.
No, and you know, he tried to cast a couple of theirs for knowledge, and they never really got him what he needed to. And I think when you are one of these mid-range decks, which when you think what's a mid-range deck's biggest weakness, the ramp decks.
Tron decks.
Yeah, I think that this is very similar to where when you come up against your nemesis, what you got to think is, well, here's my big game plan. I hope they draw terribly.
Hey, if it works.
It works. Oh man. It's always a bold strategy to not play spells. Absolutely, and we saw how that worked out for him. So possibly we'll have, I think what we're going to see from Michael next game is really try to cast spells. I think that's going to be...
I mean, that's dangerous, though. You cast spells, if they cost less than 3, if they cost 3 or less, Eidolon can get you.
Hello to anybody who is just joining. My name is TJ.
And I am Bryce.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you are brand new, it's phenomenal having you. And I look forward to seeing you in the future. And if you are returning, hi everybody.
Thanks for
Say
being
how do you
here.
do and shake hands. Get it? Ha! I watched a terrible version of Through the Looking Glass last night with Kate Beckinsale. It was awesome.
Wow.
Yep, it was a made-for-TV one. Loved it.
Oh, that sounds terrible. Achoo!
Oh, is that what it is? I was really trying to think of how to pronounce that.
Might be
and
like Pico.
You know, in
I like
honor of
Pikachu.
Pokemon Go today, I'm going to say that is like a really shortened Pikachu. But, welcome. It's fantastic having you. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. And I look forward to interacting with you in the future. Okay. I do know what Recross the Paths is,
Good old Eidolon Abzan.
but that is... That's pretty awesome, Zaris. Whew, love it. Man, I'm so excited by all this sweet stuff happening here. Also, there's some big things happening.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like there's lots of stuff going on right now.
Seriously. It's a big day. It's a big day. You show up just in time to the shake hand bun? The dude, it's great to see ya. Thanks for joining us. So, a turn 1 Inquisition after Michael leads with a Tron land, revealing...
Did Michael? Okay, he didn't
Yeah.
mulligan that low. He has 2 islands.
I mean, actually, I think that right now I might... I don't know the full hand, but...
And you can take the Treasure Mage, I think.
I think I might almost take one of these Spreading Seas.
I think one of the Spreading Seas is probably good as well.
Yeah, and I think that... great call by Ryan there. I think something that a lot of people do is that if they see 2 copies of a card in your hand,
They're like,
they'll almost never take it because they think, oh, well, he still has that card. Well, I mean, sometimes they want both, and you definitely
Yep,
don't
now
want
he
to
has
Spreading
less
Seas
that one.
2 of your lands.
Exactly.
As an Obzon deck, which is casting a lot of pretty color-intensive spells, what would be worse, Jeskai Giftstorm or Gifts Bring to Light Fetch Land Ad Nauseum?
Gifts Bring to Light, Fetch Land Ad Nauseum.
Yes.
Because Gift Storm is actually real, and then I guess you could play white for like some sideboard cards like Wear Terror or something.
For Duke, as far as not giving us what we want, as far as no Liliana of the Veil or no Damnation, I think that they're focusing on the people who want a reasonable standard format.
Yeah, they're focusing on standard.
And I kind of got to agree. I think that both of those would be very, very good at standard right now. So, Looks like the Spreading Seas debating which of the two that we're going to go for here. Now, this is running few enough lands. I think you grab the white if you're concerned about a Stony Sands for some reason, though likely it would have really come down already. Otherwise, I think taking down the green is right. The deck's got Tarmogoyf, Scavenging Ooze.
Stops him from being able to play a Black Source and Abrupt Decaying.
This is, however, leaving Ryan open Lingering Souls.
Yeah,
So, which can be a pretty key card here.
It looks like he does have Lingering Souls.
Okay. So it looks like that's going to be coming down. Doesn't have the ability to counter it right now. Does have the kind of stand in hand, but end up tapping down basically, you know, an extra one to go for that Spreading Seas. So we're going to have two of these Lingering Souls coming out. Michael with a Thirst for Knowledge, a Trading Post. He's been drawing pretty much straight gas. And I think we have a second Tron land. Oh, but it's the same piece.
Another mine. As we know, a mine is a terrible thing to waste.
Nice. And I like this a lot. So he's going for this before playing his land for the turn, so that he can actually use that mine as a discard if
What
needed.
is that he drew?
That I have no idea.
Something he is reading. What the heck is that card?
K-Marky, between rounds, absolutely we can. But I have no idea what that card is. Huh. I'm not entirely sure what we've got.
I have no idea what that card is. Well, he discarded it.
Fortnights?
What is that?
Give us a hand. Could open up and ask since we're reading it.
What is that? What is that card? Ward of Bones. Ward of Bones?
Nice!
Ward of Bones.
Another one that I haven't seen in a long, long time. Each opponent who controls more creatures than you can't play creatures. The same is true for artifacts, enchantments, and lands. Another one that I saw in EDH.
Interesting.
Been a long time. That card's miserable to play against. Wow.
Wowza. Okay.
I love it. Can't cast it right now, but can get it back later with relative ease. So we've got some Lingering Souls getting in some damage now. Both players at 15, matching up the life totals. And looks like Ryan going to be going for a Temple Garden. Does have the ability to flash it back and maybe cast out a secondary... Because we now have double white source as well as a green and a white source. So could be going for this to where the intent of casting Scavenging is the Tarmogoyf as well as the flashback. Something to that effect.
So it looks like Siege Rhino's going to come down instead. That's pretty good too. You know, I've heard Siege Rhino is an okay card.
I mean, it's...
Michael should be at 12 from that.
It's finally unplayable in Standard. Finally.
Well, that's because it's not legal in Standard.
Certainly. It's behind bars.
Where it belongs.
So
this is again the way that Abzan can beat Trump.
yeah, and with Michael having two of the same Tron piece, so he's at least 2 turns away because he has no way to actually put these lands out onto the battlefield other than just spending his land play for the turn.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still 2 turns away from the devastating lock pieces.
Devastating.
We're also 2 turns away from some of the
Here's your
more
trading post.
significant power pieces. And I'm sure Michael will fix that pretty shortly for us.
Yeah, you know those lance in front players.
If you turn the doorknob just slightly, I bet he'll do it. I was thinking a more audible one, but... Nah. Alright. He'll get it. He'll get it. Also checking... Actually, if you just want to ask him to check his life total. Michael's...
Also his life total, he should be at 12 from the Siege Rhino, right? 12? 12 from Siege Rhino?
So,
He was at 15. And then Siege Rhino.
we are
He was at
discarding...
18?
Yeah, I've been watching. I promise he's 18.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Works for me.
Looks like he's going to gain 4 life off of the trading post.
Hooray! Oh, man. Trading Post is so good.
I thought he was at 15 when it came down. Maybe I'm wrong.
I thought so as well. But there may have just been, like, the dice hadn't been updated for us already. Something to that effect.
Yep.
Something to that effect. I only know what I know. I'm just a guy in a supply closet.
Always a possibility.
So a Ghost Quarter joining the field and not getting Michael any closer. Now we're mostly just relying on getting down to the... unfortunately, no, we cannot get the background to a Feldegriff at the moment. Also, I don't think... Oh no, it might be too flashy to have as a background.
I like Spellscat. Spellscat's a cool guy.
Spellskat's pretty solid. So, I think what we're just looking to do is drop down. I mean, 6 men is enough to cast down most of his big threats. It doesn't get you quite to the spine, but it does get you into... Actually, we haven't even seen a Wormcoil engine from this deck yet.
I don't think he's playing creatures, other than the treasure mages to get Spine of Ishsaw and the Seth in.
Huh. Interesting. Otherwise, we've got Ryan, who is at 15 after a fetch shock.
What do you mean we don't have a creature that fun in current standard? Sylvan Advocate is so much fun.
I don't... Yeah.
So is Reflector Mage.
There are cards in standard, I suppose. A Maelstrom Pulse
Oof.
taking down the trading post. Really solid, actually, by Ryan. Dealing some damage in. And, yeah, I'm not too sure how much we can actually have going for this, because the gain 4 is now eliminated. Discarding cards there. Otherwise, he's now got 6 damage, so this is, with a flashback, a 2-turn clock.
Well, looks like a Tassiger going to come down instead. That's also pretty decent.
That's okay. So again, a 2-turn clock as it currently sits. So
Or a Rhino makes it dead.
yes, absolutely true. I'm not sure if he has a second Rhino in hand though. So I don't think that we have the 6th land as it currently sits after dropping down the Ghost Quarter. I'm not sure what options that we actually have to survive.
This is a thirst.
Yeah.
Got to draw into something.
Any merfolk around tonight? It is certainly possible. I actually don't know Decade Zerg. I was busy getting this one set up and I wasn't able to see. I think we've got about 24 plus, give or take.
We're at 24 plus players.
So there's a bunch out there. I wouldn't be surprised if merfolk was among them.
I think we're actually at an odd number because there was a bye this round. So.
That would mean that I would believe you if you told me that there was a bye then.
Nailed it.
Or an odd number. Yes, this is Abzan mid-range with Goyfs. I mean, we have the Possessed Portal, but I don't think that there's anything that actually gets the win. I think Ryan may have just taken this in Game 3 against a Tron deck.
Hey, if he actually he also has the Shambling Vet he can activate.
Still just shy.
Still just shy, but if he has Rhino, that'll work.
Yeah. There a lot of potential, but unfortunately just shy of it. I think Michael gets one last turn to really dig. And this fetch land, I'm not even sure what his expedition map would even go for.
Mm-hmm.
Because one, he can't crack it until his next turn.
Yep.
And when he gets to that point, he can't complete a Tron.
Looks like we're gonna cast a
In Academy Ruins would be too late.
Painful Truths.
Nice. Using the blue mana to draw 3.
Blue, white, black.
And I guess at this point, I might almost take like a hand disruption spell would actually be pretty solid here. Because
Well, he drew the Rhino.
unfortunately unable to cast it. Because actually a hand disruption, just take a look at the hand, ensure that he's got nothing going on, and take out the best chance that he had of surviving this. I think that might be what I try and go for. Otherwise, it looks like we might be following up with a Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, Tarmogoyf, not a bad follow-up. I believe his draws off that were Tarmogoyf, Siege Rhino, Gavany Township.
Mm-hmm. And we have a
Condescend.
Condescend.
Condescend for none. Michael just wanting to scry 2.
Yeah, and I think,
Which I can agree with.
you know, and actually, if I'm Ryan, I would very much consider not even actually casting spells that turn.
Yeah.
Knowing that Condescend is in this deck, you have a turn 2 clock no matter what you do. Anything that you do is going to be a 2-turn
the
clock.
island on top. So
Any
6
removal.
mana is something that he wants.
Any removal, it puts him down to 3. He can't, I mean, unless he's removing your whole board, he can't handle both a Tassiger and a Siege Rhino. So, I actually would probably advocate for just not casting a spell that turn.
Yeah.
And making sure that if something does go wrong, you can then just assault the board with more cards. in the case of something like an Oblivion Stone or something like that, making sure that you can then reflood the board. So it's a very small point, but I might argue for not casting a spell.
Yep, I can definitely agree with not casting anything there. Alright, so here's the attack. Gonna come in for 10. Down
10's a
to
nice
3 goes
number.
Michael.
And Michael sitting at possibly my favorite life total.
Bolt range.
Yeah, bolt range. An opponent at 3.
Siege Rhino range.
An opponent at 3 is an opponent in need. That didn't rhyme as well as I had hoped, even though I knew it wasn't like exactly rhyming. I was hoping it would sound closer. I messed up there. Otherwise, not many tools. We do have the 6th land, but I don't think that there's many draws that are live right now. You can't Ghost Quarter for almost any value. The
I think he
Tarmogoyf...
has a Mason Mind Cage in his hand, but he can't cast that.
No. It actually would have been just -3/-3 to the board,
And that
which
one-
that would still be lethal.
That would still be lethal.
Or -3/-0, I guess.
Yep, -3,
We do
-0.
have... Yeah, I'm not sure.
Here's a Thirst. Let's see if you can draw something.
I guess you can draw into both Tron pieces and have them slip out of your hand onto the battlefield, along with the other artifacts that you would have discarded the spine. Or a Platinum Angel. I mean, I don't think that there's any actual options at this point.
Well, he drew a Thirst. He drew an Aetherize.
But we've got 4
He
mana to work
doesn't-
with.
Yeah, he doesn't have the mana to cast Aetherize.
And I don't think that 4 mana is enough to buy yourself any kind of time.
He's only got 3 mana.
If
He
he
played
played
the
a-
island.
Oh, he did? Okay, then yeah, with only 3 to...
Yeah, no, he can't win this.
So I think we are just going to head back into
Michael
Ren's
says
turn.
go.
Drawn to the blue fog.
Well, he did draw Aetherize. But he doesn't have the mana to cast it. So.
So, just a swing in from Ryan, and again, this is kind of the situation in which I wouldn't really be casting spells, just to eliminate the option of any kind of value. I mean,
Here's 3 mana, Thirst for Knowledge, and dead.
I mean, we can try and get like a Pact of Negation. And then
Still doesn't do anything?
right? I mean, because Ryan didn't cast his
Discard the
spells.
Spine of Ishsa.
All right, and an
That's gonna be it.
Aetherize.
Trading Post Tron gets taken down by Absent Midrange.
Yeah, that's actually impressive.
Yeah.
And with exactly the round coming to an end, look at the timing. It doesn't get any better. We are about to head into round 2 in possibly one of the more convenient timings that we've had in some time.
Hey,
So let's head on up, and we'll get another match for you very shortly. We'll see you out there. Hello, everybody. Spoiler season is in full swing. The birds are chirping, and the modern decks are spitting hot fire. My name's TJ,
I'm Bryce.
and we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. We say weird stuff sometimes, and otherwise just talk about magic. We do this 4 times a week. Were you aware of that?
I was.
Were you?
Weirdly enough.
Interestingly enough, it's actually quite amazing. But you can also join us for 4 times a week. Every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time, you can come join us for some standard, and it's all kinds of fun. It's currently about 8 o'clock our time, so if you make the appropriate time adjustments, use some of that math skills.
Mathematics.
Otherwise, you can join us every Wednesday and Saturday for Modern, and if you're joining us Wednesday, you'll want to join us Saturday, because it's always a fun time. You can join us Wednesdays at 7 o'clock Pacific time, which was about 1 hour ago. Saturdays, it's at 6, which would have been 2 hours ago if it was 4 days ahead. Yes. Yeah? 3. Dang it.
Yeah.
Anyway, the math skills we were previously talking about.
Mathematics.
And every Friday, you can come check us out for a sweet, sweet legacy scene in which you can join us at 7:30 Pacific time to have all kinds of fun with some of the most powerful spells in a format.
Brainstorm.
Brainstorm. Oh, man. Google suggests that he
Was drawing to Sunstone.
Ah, interesting. Now Super Friends hype? Yes. That new spoiler is
Yep.
sweet.
The
Planeswalker Coco.
yeah, that's a good name for it. It's a good name for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
Honestly, I have no competitive hopes for it.
No,
but
it's
I have
6-mana sorcery.
so many other hopes for it. I want to see a Nicol Bolas and an Ugin land off of it. I want to see.
That's just gross, though.
I want to see a Garuk Primal Hunter and a Liliana of the Veil land off of it at the same time.
And have them go.
Yeah, I just want things to happen with that card. I want you to like. I want to see someone
Soren
cast
and
it.
Nahiri to both land at the same time.
I want someone to cast it and then use the raid card that copies it twice to get 3 copies of it to grab the Lorwyn 5.
Oh, the Planeswalkers.
Like,
The Lorwyn 5.
yeah.
And Gideon.
There is just, I want to see it all happen. I want
What's
to
up,
see it.
Shipload?
It is great to see you again. It's been a bit since that I got to see you. It's been a bit since I got to see you, but it's been a bit since I got to see all of you, like a week, which for me is a lot,
Because
actually.
somehow TJ can actually see you through this camera. He's watching all of you right now.
Let's not go that far.
Nope, it's too late. I already said it.
Hi, Namachili. It's great to see you. I think round 2 is coming up, so let's see if we can get a sweet, sweet match, find something amazing, and have a great time.
Looks like we're in turns out there.
Excellent. I love turns. Taking turns, a deck by Coleman, of course. You finally made a
by
modern
him.
deck.
He uses it.
Congratulations on finally making a modern deck. What did you select? I would love to hear. Doesn't make the cut for modern Bant 4-color Super Friends. Sure.
Naya Burn.
Ship.
It's an okay choice.
Absolutely, it's a great choice. I had a lot of fun playing that on Saturday. Woo. Thanks for all, by the way, thanks everybody for letting me get the opportunity, which is to basically go and get stomped on camera for you all. It was
You
bad.
did find all the other ones.
I did fine in all the other ones, and then I got stomped on camera, which is the way that it goes. I mean, it was a sweet game, and that's the way that it goes. I'm excited. There's a lot of players out there. We're going to need to get an exact count. When you're finding a match, can you get an exact count?
Exact count of players?
Yes!
Sure.
I love getting exact counts.
I will do my best.
It's... Let's see. Actually, I will say that doubling season with the new...
Tameo?
With the new Tameo is bonkers.
It's just a 4-mana Omniscience plus Ancestral Recall. No big deal.
Now, of course, we are talking in the theoreticals of already spending 2 cards, already having a doubling season out, and then dropping in a Tameo. But if you're able to get
yeah.
past that, the value is insane. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I do like the flavor win that is Tameo. Her ultimate ability is actually a super good flavor win. If you had read the story previously,
I hadn't.
okay, so there was a story previously about her meeting up with Jace,
Ooh.
and it talks about she has 3 scrolls
Okay.
that are like kept in an iron band on her belt that are to never be used. But she draws 3 cards,
Oh.
and that's these 3 That's these 3 scrolls
That's-
to use.
Okay. So, do you think that maybe these 3 scrolls might play some kind of relevance into a storyline that may or may not have to do with the Super Friends and maybe doing weird channeling ley lines and mana kind of stuff?
Well, I already know what happens in the story, so I don't want to spoil it for people.
Someone must have read the art book.
Would I do that? Come on.
So, I'm, 3 scrolls, huh? So it's a lot like, like Rise from League of Legends, except she's got 3 of them. So she's like triple Rise. She should have never been green. Actually, I'm kind of okay with her being green.
They put her into Bant because of Investigate. She was there investigating Bant.
Oh, I actually just kind of liked her because historically she's been a very, like,
Oh, yeah.
things are the way they are, and that's the way they are.
Oh yeah, she's
kind of
definitely a
person.
Green Walker. That's
Like,
she came out mono blue because they were like, "Here's this mono blue Planeswalker." But honestly, about her,
yeah. She's very, like, green-blue to me is very Prime Directive. And then the white having, like, that's, oh man, she's breaking her own rules
She's
to
breaking
do
her rule
her
to
own
help
thing.
people.
I mean, Tamiya's not a very creative person.
no,
So-
she reads about what other people did.
She might be the least creative planeswalker that we've ever seen, and this is nothing against her.
No.
But just story-wise, she
It's
is
just who she is.
She is wildly uncreative.
She studies history, so she can use that history.
You see, nah,
You see.
I don't. Huh. Neato. Cheers, all. It's great to see you. We're having a good time. And we should be getting into the second round pretty shortly.
Yeah, the clock is still counting down out there, so
Also,
I've been keeping an eye.
in the continuing tales of TJ liking just completely irrelevant things, and those being what I love, Red finally has a bear. That's it. They've just got a 2-2 for 2 with nothing else. This is the first red bear.
Woo!
White has one, green has one, red has one, black has one,
Blue doesn't.
blue does not. Finally.
Blue gets to sit in the corner with its coral merfolk.
Yes. So, red finally getting a bear, which means that Mono Red Bear Tribal is coming soon to a store near you.
Please no.
Would have been better to just make Sigarda a walker. Flavor-wise, they can't do that. Angels can't be planeswalkers. It's unfortunate, but I guess because they were created, they are unable to. Now, of course, for all the people who are going to immediately question the fact that
So the
Karn was
flavor-
created.
The flavor of angels and demons and such on
Blue Bear.
Innistrad is that they're creations of pure mana. So they would not be able to have a Planeswalker Spark.
Endless One is a bear. Absolutely true. Endless One is now just everything.
Endless One is the most vanilla of vanilla creatures.
Yeah, I mean, I love it, personally. I'm actually really excited because you may remember, I think it's either in this set or the next one, Morrow has said that there is a mythic vanilla creature coming out.
So that's been mentioned.
He's confirmed it, at least to my knowledge. I don't think that we haven't seen it yet, but either way, I think the next run might be happening. I hear the rustling of players and the hanging up.
Clock is still counting down.
Counting up negatively?
Well, up negatively.
Nice.
That's down technically.
Gotcha.
Okay, I just heard Dylan. They're putting them up.
Nice. Also, green-black is looking kind of sweet. Who else wants to curve the new goose into the guy that becomes a 4/4 for 2 into the Liliana to plus her on their creature to have your guy trample over or to just not die, get in, drop some things, and just go and green-black actually looks kind of sweet for standard, but that's for Monday stream. We're talking about modern. There's all kinds of cool stuff happening there. Maybe a Tarmogoyf-like creature. It's pretty vanilla. Technically, though, I think that they have said that Tarmogoyf is technically French. No, I think it's definitely possible. I couldn't know. But I am very excited about the potential. In the meantime, to the 82. 82 people. Tell me, how are you tonight? And I hope it's amazing. What do we got?
So, first of all, you asked for an exact number of players. We have 27 tonight.
Ooh. What about the number 27 seems relevant to me? It's 9 times 3. Okay.
It's double 13 plus 1.
No, it's 9 lightning bolts.
It's double 13 plus 1.
That's also true. Sure.
Alright, so, out there, we have against the wall the wonderful, slowly crashing Coleman. He's against the wall. He is on Absent Company.
Oh, boring deck. Which is actually not even that boring, but compared to what he normally plays. Up against?
Up against Kevin Baldwin,
Excellent.
who is on Bogles.
Ooh. Now tell me a little bit about what your thoughts on it are for this matchup.
So the matchup between these two is actually pretty interesting. I know Coleman has played it many a time, and he can navigate it pretty well.
Can I interrupt you for a brief moment?
Sure.
Pause, thank you so much for joining. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you. Please continue, I apologize.
No problem. So yeah, I know that Coleman has played the matchup many a time, and so it's something that he's pretty comfortable doing. Absent Company is pretty good against Bogles, just because of the fact that it can gain infinite life, which Bogles cannot beat.
And I think just the amount of blockers that they can produce is going to be significant. Qasali Pride Mage.
Solid Pride Mage pulls double duty in the matchup.
But Abzan Company can throw creatures in the way of it pretty well.
Pretty easily, yeah.
Things that I'd be watching out for is early trample as well as first strike, or the protection from creatures could be pretty relevant there.
Yep, Spirit Mantle's big.
Yep. So, I'm pretty excited, and I don't know, I'm ready. How about you?
I am.
Let's go ahead and head on down. It's time for round 2. Bogles versus Obzone Company. Let us know who you think is going to take the win in the chat as we go down there. It's going to be exciting. See you there. As long as we're talking about it, could Delirium be a thing in Modern? Absolutely, it could be a thing. Will it be a top-tier thing in Modern? That I'm a little bit more skeptical of.
I do like that they just printed us a Wild Mongrel.
I do like that.
That's actually pretty sweet. It's a Wild Mongrel with Reach,
Strictly better.
except it can't change colors.
Goblin Guy? Beautiful.
Okay.
I'm so impressed by you right now, Goblin Guy. I am. So, a turn 1 Glade Cover Scout by Kevin. The ideal start here, doing a great job, all things considered, because when you consider that like, Kevin is going to be losing to himself more than anything else when you're just playing Boggles against almost any of his matches.
Well, there's a Spirit Mantle.
And, what were we just saying? Spirit Mantle's gonna be good?
Well, we will find out if we are indeed correct on that.
Yeah.
Coleman did not have a turn 1 Mana Dork.
And that's quite significant.
That is very big here.
Because a turn 2 Kitchen Finks would have been very significant. Even if it's not blocking, being able to start applying pressure back as well as gain that life is going to be pretty key. And it just helps you assemble the combo a lot sooner.
Okay. Well, here's a Spellskite. That's pretty good.
As long as Kevin doesn't
Can't
have a
take
Daybreak
Daybreak
Coronet.
Coronet, which it looks like he has 2 copies of.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Wowza.
Okay, so it's time to take a quick conversation here. Daybreak Coronet. For those of you wondering,
Attack you
why
for
didn't
5.
he redirect the Daybreak Coronet to the Spellskite?
Well, you can't.
You can't, because Daybreak Coronet specifically mentions that is enchant target enchanted creature or with another aura attached to it. Because the Spellskite has not yet taken an aura, it is actually incapable of taking it down. Now, Coleman really needs a land Cresselia Pride Mage right now.
Land Cresselia Pride Mage is very important because that takes out the Spirit Mantle.
It takes out
And that
the
means
Spirit
that
Mantle and the
Daybreak
Daybreak
Coronet
Coronet.
falls off as well.
And it means that now you have a Spellskite that's going to round this up. Otherwise, I don't think that Coleman has many options left in this.
Well, here's a Kitchen Finks. So he's going to stay at 12, but get himself a Finks.
You cannot use
I think he's-
Spellskite on a Coronet without it being enchanted.
Yep, I think he's trying to set up for just a win next turn.
So, we've got a
Looks
Kitchen
like he's got a
Finks.
Viscera Seer in his hand. If he can draw into a Malira or an Anafenza. Well, there's a second Daybreak Coronet. Ugh. Cresselia Pride Mage would be great off the top.
Yes, it would.
Attack for 8, down to 4.
It's actually for 10, I believe.
He took 5 last turn. Ended up at 12.
I don't think that he gained his 2 life off of the Kitchen Finks.
He shocked.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Alright.
Alright, well, here's a Viscera Seer.
Do we have a Malira in hand?
And
No.
that's it. Nope. Alright.
Pretty much.
Bogle's, Bogle's running over Absent Company in game 1. The turn 2 Spirit Mantle into 2 Daybreak Coronets. Pretty backbreaking.
Yeah, and do you remember, back in like Looney Tunes when they would introduce the Tasmanian Devil, and like he would enter in the scene, and always he would end up going through like 3 different trees? I feel like Coleman was just one of those trees. And really, what Coleman wants to do is not be a tree in the next game. He wants to be a rabbit,
It's true.
a wascally wabbit.
A wascally wabbit. I do have to say, that lion's scarf is fantastic. The scarf on that lion is fantastic.
Oh, absolutely! It actually makes me think that he's going to go watch a game of Quidditch and root for Harry.
He is a Gryffindor lion.
That is absolutely
beautiful.
a Gryffindor scarf. Can someone alter that so that he's holding a wand and send that to me? Can someone send me a Gryffindor Daybreak Coronet? I mean, I don't want to get pushy, and if no one does it, that's okay. But I just had a dream. I've now developed a dream of getting a Gryffindor
I've seen this.
Daybreak Coronet. If he was holding a wand, and he could be holding the golden snitch in his other hand.
Wand there, golden snitch.
Yes!
We're just good.
And then you could put the wand off the front where it's like he's riding a broomstick and he just caught it. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man.
I don't even want to copyright this, but if I see this on Reddit on the See that on Reddit. in
You're gonna
2
be like,
weeks.
I came up with this plan.
Nah, I'll assume that someone else came up with it like parallel, but I'll be impressed. Oh, this, I love it. I love it. I hope this happens. I'm so excited.
Okay, so Coleman probably citing in some more dedicated enchantment hate.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess something like Reclamation Sage, if it's not in his main deck, came in.
Reclamation Sage, a really solid one. Otherwise, he doesn't have a huge, because when he's going for so many toolbox cards, likely a second Spellskite could be in the deck. But otherwise, he might take out just some of the pieces that aren't going to do a ton. We might see things like, if it's not in his main board still, the Spike Feeder Archangel of Thin combo, because the ability to grow his board so much, and it gives him more ways to combo out, because he's looking to combo.
Yep.
So if he can do any kind of
just
way,
looking to combo as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm. As far as you have to be dead inside to play, I'm gonna say it. I gotta go back. Boggles.
Well, they've spelled it Boggles. The spelling on screen, which is the correct spelling for it, and is the correct pronunciation of Boggles.
Be kind.
2 G is A, 1 G is O.
We made up every word. I'm not convinced that it's possible.
It's
to
a
pronounce
Celtic
them all.
word.
Well, yeah, but
So it's Boggles.
they made up the word too. How do they know how to pronounce it?
That's fine. I'm just saying that's how it's pronounced. Sorry,
Call
you
it
were saying.
Boggles if you want. Anyway,
Let's just call it Green White Hexproof and move on.
fair enough. So Kevin, I mean, both of these players are looking to enact their play because they can't interact with each other, and that's why you're playing it.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing it to where it excels in a format in which interaction is high. That's where it does well, and that's why people bring it, and that's when you see pros bring it.
Boogless.
So both players are trying to enact their combo. I think Coleman, and I still want to give him the edge, even though it's they're both really trying to enact the game plan, but because Coleman can enact his and block, Kevin has very little ways, likely brought in, if he doesn't have him in the main, whatever remainder of his 4 Path to Exile are likely in a 75. I think that's kind of the only main option that he has.
Yeah.
He might have gone for a Leyline of Sanctity to try and disable something like a Murderous Redcap, but I don't really like that idea, because a Kitchen Finks, if they got the infinite life, they're going to beat you down anyway. You don't need to worry about the combo at that point. Okay. So. Yeah, I have to agree, it does really boggle my mind. So, we're going to drop down a Tide Hollow Sculler.
It's a pretty good one. You're going to be able to take either Ethereal Armor or the Spirit Mantle. It's probably Spirit Mantle here.
And the lack of its...
There is a Suppression Field.
Daybreak Gryffindor Coronet.
It's a pretty great name.
What a great name! Thanks so much for hitting that follow button, and I appreciate you. Whew, I love it. And we're gonna take the Spirit Mantle.
Spirit Mantle?
Yep.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. That's pretty sweet. Whew. Daybreak Gryffindor Coronet, you are most welcome here.
What's the silly game with the letters on the dice and you shake it and it has the sand timer? Pictionary?
Okay.
Well, Spider Umbra plus Ethereal Armor means...
I guess Reach is active.
3 damage comes in.
Mm-hmm. And not a huge clock presented, was able to stop that one.
Well, there's another Tide Hollow.
And
Scholar.
here you go for the Suppression Field.
Yep, gonna take Suppression Field. It's the only one you can't take here.
And now it's 3 damage per turn. You've got 2 2/2s to beat back as well, and that's if you end up never casting anything else. Something to keep in mind. Coleman's missing land drops.
He is.
And that is not irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant.
And it actually makes it all the more important that he was able to hit that Suppression Field.
Oh, wow. True.
Play well. Get rewarded.
That's a thing.
Yep.
And you're gonna block, you can have your Suppression Field back.
Coleman really looking to... I mean, you hate to have a Suppression Field come down and then you start getting the fetch lands.
Yeah. Oh, you're a Noble Hierarch.
I think we also might have a bird. No, okay.
He has a cord.
Yeah. So that's going to get into the 3rd mana. He might be able to at that point.
Well, he's got
he's in such a tight spot.
Eternal Witness in his hand.
I think Kevin is gonna. I think
There's
Kevin's
Suppression
got this
Field.
game.
Well, he's not gonna be able. Coleman's not gonna be able to combo off, which is one of the most important things here.
Mm-hmm.
With suppression field, that shuts it down.
Oh, yeah. And I think Kevin is going to do solid here. I think Coleman went for a hand that was a little bit greedy, but had the benefit of having some pretty powerful cards against this deck.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, you know, it just didn't work out for him. The numbers didn't go for it.
Coleman draws his card. Looks like it is
Overgrown?
a land.
I think looks like an overgrown tomb.
No,
Oh no,
it's
that's a verdant.
That doesn't do anything.
Yay! Yay! Well, that's the way it goes.
He's got an Anafenza in his hand.
He could cast that, but he's still several
The
pieces
thing
away
is,
from the
Tide
combo.
Hollow Scholar cannot die. Because if Spirit Mantle comes down, Coleman's
Actually,
just dead.
Coleman's, if he happens to have the Anafenza and, say, a Viscera Seer in hand, he can cast both of those, block next turn with his Tidal Hollow Scholar,
Mm-hmm.
let that come back, and then try and draw into a Kitchen Finks, or try and cord into a Kitchen Finks.
But that doesn't matter. Suppression Field stops the combo.
You are absolutely right, and I am wrong. So, Coleman's in trouble.
Coleman getting frisky.
Sure. Yeah.
Here's a Malira.
Well, at least he
on
won't
shot
die.
blocking duty.
At least he won't die to poison.
That's fair.
Kevin drops down a fetch land of his own. Not going to be able to use that one either unless he wants to cut himself down to basically just 2
Here's
mana for
an
the turn.
attack. Block.
And I guess just hoping to... keeping the Malira there, it seems like an interesting move. And I think his hope is to drop down something like a...
I think he's trying to draw into another land so he could cast Kitchen Finks, and then he has just never ending blocker.
Yeah. And unfortunately he drew into...
Another Verdant.
Yeah. A wider green source there would have been pretty impressive, actually. And that would have bought him a lot of time.
Well, there's another Spider Ember. Sure.
And at this point, you kind of have to block with the Tide Hollow Scholar, and even hoping for the best at that point is pretty slim. Maybe block that, use your mana to crack your fetch land, and
Here's an attack. Blocks with Malira.
use your mana to crack a fetch land, try and get back a Kitchen Finks, that buys you another 2 turns, and I don't think he runs a second Malira in this deck, doesn't he? Or is he on 4?
I think he's on 2 Malira, 2 Anafenza.
So-
typically the split.
Get Kitchen Finks,
Kitchen Finks and another Malira or an Anafenza.
I guess.
That's your outs here.
It's super iffy, though. The... Ah,
He
man.
drew a Viscera Seer. He does have the Finks, so that's going to put him up to 6.
And then it's going to put him up to 8 after
And
he is
attack for 2.
forced to block with it.
So he's
And a weirdly aggressive block there.
see that's why I think I would have liked to have seen the Spider Umbra go on to the other Bogle last turn. That way you're attacking with both creatures.
Yeah, and it would have just been a 2/2 to basically, force that any blocks are going to at
Any
least
block is
be
still a
a
trade.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you're then trading your Spider Umbra for his creature, because
Yep.
your creature still lives. Goes and gets Dryad Arbor.
It's an interesting choice to block.
Suppression Field affects both people, right?
Yes. So if he's
So
planning
he-
on casting anything for the rest of this turn, I assumed that there might have been a verbal agreement.
I'll pay 2.
Yeah, I assumed it was verbal. But yes, Suppression Field does mean that both players do have to pay 2 to activate any abilities. I bet that didn't go anywhere. Yep.
Yeah, he did not get anything, so not do anything else. So. Well, here's an attack.
I'll go up to 8.
Finks blocks. Up to 8 goes Coleman.
Hedge against Edicts.
11.
True. From Obs Uncoded, but at that point, I just wouldn't have blocked with I wouldn't have blocked with my other slippery Bogle.
Yeah.
So, it strikes me as a little bit of an unusual choice to block with that when you are going to be going for a Dryad Arbor. But that's the way it goes. And I think it's not going to punish him too poorly. Okay, let's try and work out Coleman's win.
So Coleman, I know, has an Eternal Witness in his hand.
So he can get
so
back
he could play that, get back
the Malira.
the Malira if he would like to. He can get back Tide Hollow Scholar as well.
Okay.
That way you can block with your Tide Hollow Scholar at some point, and hopefully he's cast some other stuff. I don't know. It's probably a bad plan to hope for that.
We do have the Viscera Seer in
Viscera Seer
hand,
can come down.
but it's just going to be a chump blocker.
Mm-hmm. Anafenza, and he can cast Viscera Seer. Okay, this means he has a never-ending chump blocker.
Nice.
Because
Coleman may have just bought himself an out. And now he has the ability to start stacking these.
And an attack for 3. Coleman might get this game.
Huh.
Wow.
That was a great line by
It was
Coleman.
a very good line by Coleman. It's a line that I think only he really saw for himself and just played to his outs.
Yeah, the Anafenza there. Brilliant. So we're going to lose the Dryad Arbor. We have an
Turn goes
Anafenza.
back.
Our Kitchen Finks is back up to a 3-2. And
Kevin is trying to draw to another Spirit Mantle.
or
Or a Rancor.
Spirit Mantle, Rancor, Unflinching Courage.
Yep.
Those are the 3 options now. You
I
say
will
that,
block
and
with
that's
my
a
Kitchen
lot of
Finks.
options, actually. That's
It will
probably
come back.
That's likely at
Go to
least
10.
another 7 options in the deck right now.
Well, now what Coleman is trying to get to is... I think he's hoping that he can... Well, there's another Finks. That's pretty good.
Zarek Zero, I'm
can
not sure
he-
quite what you mean by pay for the attack.
Okay, here's a Viscera Seer. Can he cord for a... is he able to cord for a Reclamation Sage here? Does he have enough?
I believe
does.
so.
So this is going to be a cord for 3. Go get Reclamation Sage, blow up your suppression field. I'm going to have infinite life. Can you beat me? No, you can't.
But he doesn't have the extra mana. Unless he decided to... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking because I probably made in my mind.
It just destroys it.
Yep.
And we're going to do this, and you can't beat me. And
That
you
was-
concede. Coleman takes game 2. Wow. That was a fantastically played game by Coleman.
That was
done.
solid.
Very, very well done.
That was really
That
good.
was
Hi,
very
everybody.
well
If you're
played.
just joining us, you just saw a sweet win by Obzon Company. That was actually...
very good.
Yeah.
It was a very well played game by Coleman.
But thanks for joining. My name's TJ.
I'm Bryce.
And I'm going to get weirdly close. Not weirdly. I guess I'm going to lean in slightly when I say that. And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Having a blast doing it and watching some sweet, 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 sweet games of Magic. Obzon Company just taking a game 2 against the notorious Green-White Hexproof, otherwise known as Boogle Boggles.
Boogly 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 boggly boogly boggly bagels. Bagels. We'll call it bagels.
Why do seagulls live by the sea?
Because if they lived by the bay, they'd be bagels. Ha! Just like, why do chicken coops only have 2 doors?
Because otherwise they'd be a chicken sedan.
They had 4 doors, they'd be a chicken snake.
Ah, love it. Hi, everybody. It's great to see you.
What do you call a nosy pepper?
Tell me.
Jalapeno business.
Interesting. Well, we've taken a turn for the worse. Hi, everyone. You can come join us every 4 times a week. Every Monday at 6:30 Pacific Time, you can join us for some Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday, you can join us for Modern. Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. And every Friday at 7:30, you can join us for some Legacy as we continue ours, pushing forward the path of the Fortnights. Now it's time for a good quick reminder. Are you going to GP Portland? Well, let me ask you, are you going to GP Portland?
I am! Was that a good enough reaction?
Well, yes, but I was expecting you to continue,
Oh,
so I'll
sorry.
jump
Are
back
you?
up. Yes, I am, Bryce. It's funny
Whoa.
that you ask and that I ask. Thank you so much for asking that.
I know, I figured I would ask.
Tell any of you who might be going to GP Portland, we have exciting news. Well, at least it's exciting for us. We have decided that we kind of want the opportunity to just, like, meet you guys if we have the opportunity to. So, if you want to, if you're going to GP Portland and you would like, we're going to be going to a pizza place called Pizza Schmitza. It's about 3 blocks away from the venue on Friday night.
Broadway.
And we are going to be eating some pizza and enjoying ourselves. And honestly, we just like the opportunity to meet you and get the Fortnights together and maybe really get ourselves psyched up for some GP fun.
Woo!
Yes, woo. So, we are starting off with a Razorverge Thicket into a Glade Cover Scout by Kevin.
Yeah. Not a bad start.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Coleman is finally going to have his turn 1 mana accelerant, which is pretty good.
Oh, man.
There's a new spoiler card.
Hold on. I'll look into it.
Boy. Oh boy.
I'll show you if I find it.
Okay.
So a turn 1 Birds of Paradise being followed up by a Rancor into an Ethereal Armor. That's a really solid curve, actually. This is
That's
about as
pretty
good as
good.
it gets. Because that's essentially going to be pro creatures in as far as any sense of blocking goes. And this is going to be an attack for, I mean, nice. And we're down to 14 as we head into Coleman's second turn. Okay. And
Looks like we're going to see a turn 2 Scavenging Ooze from Coleman here, maybe? Yep, Scavenging Ooze comes down and a land.
the Scavenging Ooze not going to be incredible.
No.
The land is going to be able to find up basically the third color, and I think that we might almost see the Scavenging Ooze almost aggressively block depending on what we have up against. I love it when they don't tap, when they tap the forest. Is that a Stony Silence?
I guess for Spellskite?
Interesting. So I've never actually seen Stony Silence come in against Obsidian
Yeah,
Company.
to be fair, I think Kevin makes some interesting sideboarding choices with this deck. When I was playing against him with Bantel Draws, he sideboarded in Grafdigger's Cage.
And I think possibly just going for the option of preventing the Spellskite, which he might be deeming as one of Coleman's only outs.
Well, you
Which
can do that with Pithing Needle, and that's just better in the matchup, right? And I know he has that because he brought that in too.
But Pithing Needle is not an enchantment.
But he brought that in.
That's
so
true.
I know he has it.
Absolutely. We're gonna fetch down to 7. Go for a.
Godless Shrine.
Thank you, Godless Shrine. Completing our mana. We've got 4 of it. Still shy of being on the combo. We do have looks to be a Chord of Calling, a decent amount of land in hand. So Coleman is very much on the defensive right now. He has the ability to. Actually, I don't think he can even gain any life right now. There's nothing to gain.
He has a lot of lands in hand. He's got a Collected Company. He's got a Chord of Calling.
Funnily enough, he can't chord for Spellskite. Well, he can,
Can.
but it wouldn't do
Doesn't
anything.
do anything. It's just no for.
I'm not sure what spoiler we were talking about, but I didn't see one. So again, we're getting a situation, and I always get most worried when they type 2 white sources. That's actually a pretty popular one. So you tend to see 2 versions of Boggles, and sometimes they bleed the lines a little bit, but you tend to see them either with the Sahana Ledgewalkers and Keen Sense, or you tend to see them with the core Spirit Dancers, and I'm totally spacing on the other enchantment.
Click on that thing, I guess.
Return all lands. Oh, okay.
Stunting. Return
Oh.
all land cards from your
Graveyard to the-
battlefield tapped.
Huh.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a Stony Silence out. We are not sure. We assume that it is for Spellskite.
However, Eclectic Company coming down for Coleman could be big. Not going to be quite enough from
He's
what
got a
we can do.
Spike Feeder and a Bird's Paradise. Okay,
Yeah.
that's not bad.
It's going to be enough to dig fairly. Like, that gets him a solid amount of mana. It gets him the Spike Feeder, which is going to be able to gate him up to 10 life if needed. Which, when he's only taking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with Trample each turn, he could actually only go down to 2 by just blocking with his Scavenging if he really needs to. But I think he was. Oh, wait. We are 1 land away. I think Coleman is looking to survive right now. He's going to
'Cause
activate the Spike
if
Feeder.
He hits a land. Yeah, he can activate Spike
He has a
Feeder,
land in
gain 2
hand.
life.
He's going to chord for the Archangel Within.
Chord for Archangel.
Yep. And we are about to see Coleman
Down to
take
2.
another game with this Spike Feeder Archangel.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, Kevin has a mana up. So,
So he has to have path. He has to have exactly Path to Exile.
yes. Which is actually not unlikely. But I'm pretty sure that that's what we're about to see.
Coleman checking his sideboard, making sure he didn't sideboard it out.
Because you just drop that down. You're able to chord for 5. You grab the Archangel. Interestingly enough, he actually may not be able to go for it that turn.
I think he has Shock Lands.
Well, yeah. I think he only has
Oh
shock.
no, he has a fetch land. Okay, he has
Well,
a fetch land.
the problem
so
is
he can
that
fetch for a basic.
if he
swap.
minuses this Spike Feeder, it ends up dying. So he needs to get 1 gain. He needs to gain 1 life. He somehow needs to have a mana to activate this. So he's going to be on heavy blocking duty if he drops this down.
Yeah, I think because you can't have blocked with the Scavenging Ooze because then you don't have the creature to chord.
Revoker is not triggered, by the way. It's as it enters the battlefield, not when, isn't it?
It's as it enters. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's technically not a triggered ability either, weirdly enough. But I think actually that doesn't quite work for Coleman because he doesn't have any way to gain the life.
Well, he can chord for the Archangel.
and try and block in response, getting it in the way of the Silhana Ledgewalker, and then you just try and survive enough. But I don't think that he can grab the win there, actually. I think Coleman might have just lost.
I think he might not have it.
Because if he has to fetch, he goes down to 1.
Goes down to 1. Chords for the Archangel.
He
It's
can-
a 3/4.
He can block with enough to maybe survive there, because he can throw a Birds of Paradise in the way of that. But he...
Put 2, 3.
Actually, you gain the life at the same time that you're dealing damage, so Coleman is technically at 5. So he mostly just needs to... So we could see him
But
block.
the problem is he can't block and chord for Archangel and block with Archangel.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Nope, I think Kevin's got the win here. Interesting. Jace, it is great to see you again. Yeah, oh man, I think Coleman's out of luck. I think he's one away. A creature, a land. Because there's even a...
So as an option, he could chord for the Archangel, gain the 2 life off of his thing, put +1/+1 counters on all of his guys. He goes to 4 from that. He blocks, gains 4 more life, goes to 8, takes 5 down to 3, and then you try to cobble something together next turn.
Yeah.
That's all you can do here, I think.
We could see him go for... I guess a Kitchen Finks is possible into something like a Collected Company into...
He has Anafenza in his hand.
So maybe we try and go for a chord for... Yeah. That's true. He can go for the classic chord for an
Chord
angel.
for Angel.
And
See
hope
what you
that...
got.
But we're going to go down to 1. We're grabbing a fetch. And it's... I'm curious to see what Coleman can pull out here. A Chord of Calling, and are we going to go for the Eric Donaldson special?
Chord for Max!
Chord for Max and see what happens. And
No,
we
looks like he's going to chord for 3.
take out the trample.
Yeah, Reclamation Sage is good here.
You'd go for the Rex Stage, take out the trample. Does Coleman have another chord in hand?
No, he has an Anafenza.
Oh, but he has no answer to the Silhana Ledgewalker currently.
No, he doesn't.
So I think he's still dying to this Ledgewalker because it happened to attack. Which was a solid play by Kevin.
Well, he can double block.
It can't be blocked except by flying a reach. And
He
takes
can,
out
he
also
can
the
gain 2
first
life
strike.
off the Spike Feeder.
So he can go up to 3 there. Needs to throw... And took out the
Puts
first
2
strike
there.
instead of the Rancor.
Well, he can gain 2 life and essentially go to 1 here. Go back to 1.
This is taking 3.
This is taking 1.
But he can't... He's
This is taking
damage.
1. That's taking 1. He can gain 2 off the Spike Feeder.
Oh, yep.
So he gains 2 before damage.
I think
Goes
I
up
would
to
have
3.
rather seen him...
Takes 2.
I think I would have rather
Oh.
seen him take out the trample there.
He does get he doesn't take any damage off that, so he is going to go to 3. He's going to take 1 point of damage off of this.
Okay. So just trying to clear out the board of the enchantments because none of them were the last. I mean, the Rancor sticks around pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the first strike.
He didn't recast the Rancor. That seems very odd to me.
Huh.
So Anafenza are going to come down here.
And
A
we
Wall of Roots.
Wall of
That's
Roots
going to put a +1/+1 counter onto the bird,
because it blocks the Silhana Ledgewalker well, and he's able to block this.
and he can attack for 2.
But he needs an answer to the Rancor more than anything, because I think that's all that Kevin's got in hand, right?
If that's all he has, then the birds can block it fairly. He takes 1 point of damage.
He
from
takes.
it.
Yes.
It looks like he might have drawn a white card.
Huh.
Nope, it's just another Glade Cover Scout. Okay, Coleman.
Coleman's
oh
hanging
my
on by a
goodness.
thread,
I will
actually.
block. You will take 1. Sure.
Let's trade.
I will take 1. I'm good with that. That goes away. Get it out of here.
And now we've got ground blockers against Glade Cover Scouts, and a Wall of
Alright.
Roots is going to be incredible for that.
Wall of
And
Roots
also-
is very good here.
He does have another Birds of Paradise with an Anafenza out. So we're going to put the other Rancor onto one of these creatures, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. This,
Interesting.
This is starting to come back together for Coleman. All right.
Was that another land?
It was a Kasali Pride Mage.
was it.
Yep.
Beautiful. Unfortunately, against Rancor, not incredible. I guess technically he can
I mean,
theoretically take down the Stony Silence and eventually
here's
go
an
for
attack for 3.
Yeah, applying pressure here is Coleman's clawing back really well.
Coleman has fought back very well in the last 2 games, and Kevin has drawn another land.
So heading into Coleman's draw, I mean, at this point, you continue trading anytime that he tries to get aggressive. Or at this point, you just block with the Wall of Roots. You're not worried about it. Your Kazali Pride Mage is on duty to take down anything that he actually draws at this point. So that's just
Wall of
insurance
Roots just
policy.
blocks this all day. That was a black-white card, I think.
I think it was a
Sin
Tide Hollow.
Collector.
I think it might have been a Tide Hollow Scholar.
Might have.
Against this
Yep,
deck,
it's
I
a
wouldn't
Scholar.
run. I wouldn't run Sin Collector against this right now.
Yeah.
And we're gonna take a look at the mighty land that we have in hand. More than anything,
Going to put a counter on the bird.
get an attack for. I mean, did we just get
Kevin
another
draws
land?
another land. Wow, Coleman has brought himself back into this game.
Huh.
Wowza.
Yeah.
Again, saw
Actually-
the line that we didn't. Draws a Horizon Canopy, that's just a redraw.
Yeah. Use the swamp.
Crack that, draw a card. It's another
Gavany.
ana- Was
It's
that
a
a Gavany?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Was
So
it
with
a Gavany?
yeah, he didn't play his land because he played out the Horizon Canopy.
Oh, okay.
So with this Kazali Pride Mage, he has an insurance policy there.
And that's it. Coleman takes this one down. Wow. That was incredible. A fantastic,
Coleman, if you're
fantastic
watching this
match
later.
played by Coleman.
Coleman, if you're watching this later, well done.
Just
and
an
like
incredible one played by Coleman.
those were
That was
solid
very
plays
good.
by Kevin too. Like the one thing
Yeah.
is the only thing that I can think of is the Spider Umbra was a little bit.
The Spider
of an
Umbra
odd-
could have gone on the other creature,
Yeah.
increases clock that way, and some questionable choices with the Stony Silence. But other than that,
But overall, that was quite a win based on that board.
Yep.
So let's see if we can get another matchup. We've got 20 minutes left. We'll head back into the booth, and Bryce is going to see what we've got. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ. Oh, and that was a sweet game to watch. We're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Bryce, my co-host for the day, who is not currently sitting here beside me because he's out finding us another match. Why not mage the Rancor before playing the Scholar? If you mean the Kazali Pride Mage, because actually that would have been a decent play, but he wasn't actually that worried about it. His Wall of Roots meant that it was a really solid blocker, and the Rancor itself was not a problem. His Wall of Roots could block that all day, every day. So he was able to keep that Kazali Pride Mage as an insurance policy against any of the more threatening ones, because if he had gone for that, unlikely but possible that Kevin draws into something that could have been more threatening. Whereas that Kazali Pride Mage basically ensured that it was impossible for Kevin to draw an answer, because the Rancor was actually dead on the field already, at least as far as its usefulness goes. Have we Sir Play-A-Lot? What a great name, and welcome. I'm not sure if I've seen you here before or if I'm forgetful, but welcome, and to anybody else who's brand new, it's amazing to have you. I look forward to interacting with you all in the future. You guys are the best, all the time. So, K-Marky, your chat is working.
alright, they're in the process of moving, so I will see what happens. But we're going to get Eli versus Ryan going into Game 3, so Bant Eldrazi versus Absent.
And who's on what side?
They haven't moved yet, that's why I'm waiting.
Gotcha. And not a hero? First of all, great name. I hope that... I'm kind of thinking that might be... it's either just a sweet name, or it's a reference to something that I'm not aware, or it's a reference to Deadpool. All three of those are acceptable in my book. So, welcome. It's great having you. And, Jace player, welcome. I know it's your first time joining us. Bryce and I are going to lightly brush hands as we try and hand gesture towards you. Oh man, it's a great night, and I'm so glad to be back here. We've got 4 rounds of Modern, and we're going to have Legacy on Friday, and we're going to have Modern on Saturday.
And maybe Standard Sunday? It's the GPT.
That's true. That is true. However, I'm not sure what my schedule looks like. I'll have to look into that one. We'll have to announce it if it comes up, because that would be super duper exciting.
I'll be playing.
Oh man. But if you haven't yet, to anybody who has not, that follow button does mean a lot to us. When you hit it, it means that, first of all, you'd be like, nice job, and we go, thank you so much, because...
Alright, so it looks like Eli's going to be on the wall.
Wonderful. So Ryan back in familiar territory, which is going to be on the left side of the field, going up against Eli, who is on the Bant Eldrazi, which is actually going to be fairly favored here. Only barely. And I think that it's more favored against Jund, but the Abzan definitely able to give it a run for its money because of the power of
Lagiski! Thanks for hitting that follow button.
Absolutely. I'll get there. I'll get there. There we go. Okay, so they're heading into game 3. Let's get that set, and let's get ready for a sweet matchup. Let's see you all down there.
Let them know they're good.
Okay, so they're heading into a game 3. Not sure who is going for it, but Daybreak, Gryffindor, Cora, Net. I am currently playing Burn in Legacy. When I get the chance to play, though, I'm almost always actually just talking about it.
What am I playing in Legacy? Typically I play Rug Delver, but I have been currently ousted to putting together a Sneak and Show since Eric wants his Tarmogoyfs back because he's playing Bug Delver. So.
It's hard times.
Right? That jerk wants his Tarmogoyfs. How dare he?
I do love the Reddit description of Permeating Mass, the derp touch. I also really love the description that was given of the new Fact or Fiction. So you see, a clever man would never put the cards I want face down, so I can clearly not choose this.
Go full Princess Bride on the thing.
But I am not a great fool, so I clearly can't choose the cards that are face up.
Oh no!
But you would have known that, so you may have put the good cards face down.
Mind games!
Love it. That's true. Within our meta, he would be able to just proxy the Tarmogoyfs.
I could. But that would mean that I was actually here to play on a Friday, and that doesn't normally happen.
Yeah, his Fridays are busy.
I have Friday nights where I do things weird.
By the way, this new set is amazing.
Oh, it looks fantastic.
I love it. It's one of the cooler set. I'm so excited about
They
this
gave
set.
us Sorcery Speed Lightning Strike.
Yes, they... You know what? I'll take or player. I will take
You'll
or
take
player.
or play.
Yes, I will. That is all that I wanted. All I wanted was the ability to pay 2 mana and deal 3 damage to a face, and I really don't care what stipulations are involved. That's just what I want to do. And I'm so excited to be back in that realm. Oh, man.
Alright.
Lagiski. Oh, you'll likely see a Sea Drano hit the board. That's actually going to be a pretty solid one. So, let's go ahead and take a look at least what we think their final board states are going to be like. Because Eli's final board state in this matchup, his winning board state, is likely going to involve a Drowner Nope.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be enormous.
Drowner is very, very good against that.
His other option is actually Reality Smasher, not bad.
I mean, I would actually have kept that hand. It's got an Ancient Stirrings and plenty of mana to get to that Drowner.
It depends on who's on the play. If Ryan's on the play, I would not keep that hand because of
if there is something that takes the Ancient Stirrings. It's fair.
Because I'm not sure, like, normally
I
in these
hate mulliganing
mid-range...
against black-green decks.
In these mid-range decks, you know, you normally think that they're going to be taking out some of their Thought Seizes against things like Jund. But against Eldrazi, I would probably keep some in just because some of those are really incredible cards that you don't want to hit the table. You don't want to, like, go for one. You just don't want to deal with it because they can go bigger than you. And you have to think of this as almost a little bit Tronish to where you do want to keep in those. So I can understand Eli mulliganing that one as a precaution because his deck has so much ability to like that's.
Okay, this is a better hand.
A path, some land, a displacer.
2 paths, a displacer, 3 lands.
Yep.
Not terrible.
What-
If you can scry into something like an Ancient Stirrings on top, that's pretty good.
Chaos Reveler is I have no idea how to fully evaluate that card. I just don't know. I'm still working through it in my mind. I think it might see some play in like Modern and Legacy. It's going to be more likely anytime you get a cost reduction effect, it's worth looking at. That's just a fact.
Okay, so here's the Thoughtseize.
See? Gotta have to be that Ancient Strings would have been ripped straight out.
That's fair. I still would have kept it.
I mean, this deck top decks decently well. It has the 5 mana dorks, which are abysmal top decks. But aside from that, it can top deck pretty well. So, depending on Ryan's hand, I'd probably take the Displacer now. That card's a massive engine in this deck, and if it hits the field and you don't have an answer for it, it will take over the game very, 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 very quickly.
Indeed.
And these Path, while they're not ideal and you don't want your creatures to get removed, at least if you're getting hit by it, you get to almost match Eli in mana.
Well, Birds of Paradise comes down.
Okay, so looks like a Tarmogoyf, the draw there. Could be following up with that one. It's going to be a great way to apply pressure. Likely going to get hit. Oh, Scavenging
News instead. Okay.
Maybe
that's
just
fine.
trying to let that get hit by the Path to Exile. I mean, they're both going to be dealing 2 damage as it currently sits.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
look at
drew into a Matter Reshaper.
if we're going to talk about top deck potential here.
Well, Matter Reshaper is not very good when you don't have a colorless land.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the new red card, I don't know.
Can't cast that.
Can't cast that.
Got him. But yeah, I'm
play that
unsure of
card.
how to evaluate the. I can't evaluate that red card very well, just because it has got so much potential, and I don't know. A cheap 3/4 can be pretty solid. I'm unconvinced by it currently, but I could very easily become so. Okay. So for Ryan, heading into his 3rd turn, we do have the Scavenging Ooze. He is able to gain a life off of that, take out this Eldrazi Displacer. Not a ton of graveyard interaction from Eli, however, so it's not something that's a priority of his. He might have just been kind of waiting here. And how do you feel about Eli taking 2 damage in this case to make sure that he can... Never mind. I'm going to not talk there. I answered my own question.
Yeah, so it looks like Scavenging is going to exile the Eldrazi Displacer before damage happens. This might warrant a Path to Exile.
For 3 damage there, I can certainly
He's
see
going
one.
to take 3 down to 15.
Okay. I'm not really sure if I like it in Storm. Just because
Basically.
you probably don't want to use like your limited red source. Well, I guess that you want to be using on like flashing it back to draw 3 cards when you've already kind of sculpted your hand. Hopefully, I don't know. That card is hard to evaluate, and I am not convinced at all whether it's good or bad. Also, Josh, it's great to see you. Let's see. Yeah, the limited red sources. I was thinking Legacy for a moment there, and I misspoke. My bad. In my mind, I said limited red, and I thought, nah, this is Modern Storm. They've got red.
Well, Lingering Soul is going to come down here. What did Eli draw? I can't tell.
I don't know, but he doesn't have a colorless source yet, and he doesn't have one that he can fetch. That's his biggest problem as it currently sits, because going forward, if he goes into a Thought-Knot Seer, goes into a Reality Smasher, that's really what he needs to draw. That's his next priority.
Here comes Path, going to take out
There is a tiny, tiny Tarmogoyf on the field,
Scavenging Ooze.
which, with this instant, is going to become 2 power, and it's going to be at least a decent amount. It's going to hit him for 2, down to 15. We've also got
You
these
have to
Lingering
tap your
Souls
mana
out.
for that.
Theoretically, yes.
Typically. I mean, we know he's got it. It's right there. Okay, there we go. And then he takes 2 off of the Tarmogoyf.
Yep. Otherwise, yeah, I do know that we have a Reshaper, and I can't quite see what that other one is. Looks to... Is that a land? I think it's a land. Otherwise, Eli's setting it up. So, what Eli is probably looking for at this point, because a Displacer is not particularly incredible right now, I think what he really needs more than anything is a colorless source. He wants to draw it into his Yavimaya Coast.
Yep, Yavimaya
Into
Coast,
his-
Brushlands, Cavern of Souls,
Anything.
Eldrazi Temple.
Just anything.
There's so many colorless sources in the deck that you can go for. He wants to get that, get Matter Reshaper into play, start doing some work here.
Ooh. Yes. Tarmogoyf, clearly only a 1-2 for 2. Daybreak Gryffindor Coronet, thank you for watching from an hour north of Montreal. I find that there are a lot of Canadians in this chat, and I
Good old
love it.
Canadians.
Canada's so much fun. I can't wait to go there, and I need to finally try the poutine. Next
Well,
February, I promise I'll
Draws
try
a Reality
Poutine.
Smasher
But,
that he still can't cast.
yep. And Ryan is looking really solid for this Game 3 just through the lack of any colorless source. And I
Yeah.
think that that's kind of a consideration that when looking at Eli's hand, I would have called it pretty solid.
Other than
But,
not having a colorless
but the lack of a
source.
colorless source became significantly more relevant than I thought.
It's very relevant in the deck. You definitely need to make sure you have a colorless source.
And I guess I probably would have expected to see one earlier just through drawing. Yaden and Daybreak, yes. I do really need to try Poutine. It's on my to-do list.
I mean, you have 12 creatures that need a colorless source to be cast,
Mm-hmm.
and then 4 more that have colorless activation cost.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an extremely important thing to have in the deck. I would guess that Path to Exile is going to go at this Tarmogoyf now.
I would expect so. It's going to buy him a lot of time, and the thing to make sure that you consider is that Eli is not actually out of this game.
Oh no! If he draws a colorless source, he'll have Reality Smasher, as well as Matter Reshaper.
Yeah.
That he'll be able to cast in subsequent turns.
And when you're looking at Ryan's board, if he might be trying to cast a Siege Rhino in the second main, and that would be a pretty solid play here. But otherwise, kind of what I'm looking at is, even if he flashes back this Lingering Souls, he's looking at 4 damage per turn, and that's not wildly incredible. So Eli's still got 3 turns at its, as the board currently says. Obviously, there are a lot of things that Ryan can do to change this. If all he takes is him dropping down a Siege Rhino, and the face of this game is completely more in Ryan's favor. Is Ryan running Kalidas? I believe so, but I honestly
be.
couldn't tell you for certain.
So if Rhino does come down here, then okay, looks like a Tarmogoyf and probably
Flash her back?
He tapped badly for that.
Okay.
Just a pair of Goyfs. That's fine. It's a 3/4, so
It's a 2-turn
if
clock.
Eli is able to draw a colorless source, he can play a. Okay, looks like Cavern of Souls, so he's going to be able to cast his
I'd put out
Reality
3.
Smasher. You cast Reality Smasher as a blocker.
Yep, absolutely. Toss it in the way of one of these creatures, but goes with the Smash instead, and I think his argument for this one is choosing to curve out.
I like casting Reality Smasher here. It's a 5/5 that's going to be able to block either of those 3/4s.
True. And I guess without knowing the other one, this might be the safer play. The Reality Shaper is definitely the flashy play. That's probably cooler.
Yeah.
Because if you can get that into something... Oh, man, there's some sweet plays there.
I mean, you can turn it into like a Displacer, maybe.
But this does mean that if Eli draws into any 3-drop, he's able to start combining these cards. And I think that it's better from a curve
Inquisition
perspective.
going to take Matter Reshaper away. That's the one downside if your opponent has an Inquisition. All right.
Well, easy
You
come,
got
easy
me,
go.
world.
Still, going to be an excellent blocker here. That does mean that we've got creature, instant, sorcery.
So that makes it a 4/5. Still not big enough to get through it.
I don't think we have a land just yet.
Instant, sorcery, creature,
I think
fetch land.
Okay,
Fetched.
so we are up to a 4/5. This Reality Smasher is still able to block it pretty well. He's going to end up taking 6, though, and going down to 5.
Oh, never mind. Can't do that. That is countered.
And... neat. So, if you weren't aware,
Reality Smasher is an interesting card.
Reality Smasher has a piece of text on it that says whenever it becomes the target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, I'm sorry, just a spell, counter it unless its controller discards a card. And Ryan used the last card in his hand to Path to Exile.
Eli just attacking for 2 here. I don't think he
Reality
realizes that
Smasher
it's
here.
Goyfs for 4/5s.
So, a swing for 2. They are up to 4/5s, and actually even just attacking with it, these is probably still the safe play. Because you can get some good blocks in, you're not taking any damage, you're not under any pressure, and he can get in over the air instead of losing these 2 Tarmogoyfs over 2 turns.
So the question is, did Eli side in Engineered Explosives?
That would be good.
Well, I think Eli just drew an Eldrazi Temple.
Which is not excellent right now. I mean,
Not great now.
it does set up most of your draws to be really solid. It means that if you end up drawing into the Eldrazi Displacer, it becomes a huge piece of value.
Here's an Inquisition. Gonna see Eldrazi Temple. I think... I don't know if I like holding that land there. I mean, you could possibly be bluffing like a Path to Exile, but not really a huge point for it.
I don't think that he has any reason to play it, though. And I think that the illusion was maybe worth it, just being the potential. But
I mean, it got an Inquisition
Yeah.
out of his opponent's hand.
Yes. Nah, nope. That did happen.
And looks like that is going to be it, as Eli scoops it up.
Yep. Eli still not having an answer just to this horde of Lingering Souls. So game 3 going to Ryan against this Bant Eldrazi. And that was unfortunate. But looks like we're ending it perfectly as we are about to head into the next round once more. So our timing has been on
Cited in
point.
timely reinforcements.
Interesting.
He did cite an engineer.
So let's head back up to the booth and we'll introduce ourselves if you are brand new. We'll see you there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ.
My name is Bryce.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. of North America of planet Earth. Something
Of
that I think we can all
Milky
rally
Way
together.
Galaxy.
I guess we can all rally around that
I mean,
one
I
as
guess
well.
Solar Star System first, and then Milky Way Galaxy. Just it goes a long way, people.
A satellite recently are the new Juno. That's exciting. Now we've tied it together. Space. Look at that.
Space is the place.
No time to talk spoilers and crack packs. Do you mean like this one here that I'm flipping around recklessly? Because absolutely we'll have to open that one. I hope it's my foil World Gorger Dragon because I'm excited about it. Goblin Guy, I'm honestly not sure who you were referring to there as far as talking to lights, but I'm glad that you enjoyed your conversation.
Looks like we've got our viewer of the day.
Wow! Black Star Mac? Black Star Mac 123. You are a rock star entirely. Thank you so much for joining us and viewing today. It does mean a lot to us.
Absolutely.
And the fact that there's 131 people here joining us, it is the continuation of just what we love doing. And we're going to keep doing it because it's awesome. And I get so excited about this.
Black Star Mac 123. Thanks for hitting.
And
the
thanks
follow
for hitting that follow button. I do appreciate that. Oh, Canadian pop artist. Cool. Thank you. That now makes sense to me. What else have we got? You're lagging because your Wi-Fi is down.
You've been watching streams all night on your data? Oof. It's a lot of data to watch streams.
I end up holding onto the Jace. Have not traded it yet.
So if you're offering Tybalts, start talking.
Absolutely.
He will trade for an equal number of Tybalts.
Actually, I probably
Equal monetary value.
I probably would. I'm trying to hold on to it.
0 BK2.
Thanks, Zero Burger King. It's awesome having you. You are fantastic, and I
Zero
look forward to interacting with you in the future. MicMac TV, what a great name. And it's awesome having you, and I look forward to interacting with you in the future. Also, as a quick note to Sir Play-A-Lot, thoughts on the new Lily. I think it's actually really sweet. It's got a really cool ability for the plus side, which has the ability to just potentially kill something.
Potentially kill something, otherwise it just shrinks it down.
It breaks board stalls. When Sylvan Advocate is a big card, it allows you to attack in and use a similar Tarmogoyf trick.
It turns Sylvan Advocate into just a regular, everyday O2.
Right? And it breaks those board stalls, because when you have so many 2/3s in this format, there are a lot of 2/3s.
Yep.
And being able to break that spoiler, Katsugad, I know you're joking. Don't tease me like that.
And as far as that ability goes, even if it's just giving -2 essentially to the creature, we've seen Jace Telepath Unbound.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good at doing that.
Yeah.
It's still a pretty good ability.
I'm pretty sure you're all lying to me. I'm not going to get my hopes up, but a new round is up. And I'm going to freak out if you give me a new Tibble. It's Sean! Hi,
I'm about to go find a
Sean!
new round, so if you want to hang
It's
out
great
for
to
a
see you.
moment.
Sean, come sit. Hi, everybody. This is my good friend Sean, who's going to be moving up to Alaska. If you happen to be in Alaska, you have this fine gentleman to look forward to. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by today.
Thanks. I came to bring Dylan a bunch of stuff and a couple Modern Master 2 boxes.
A new Tybalt may have just been spoiled, I'm told. And I feel like they're teasing me. I feel like they're teasing me.
Hopefully it's better than the first one.
Of course, nothing's better than the first one, Sean. It's absolutely incredible. Yes, this is Sean, one of the original beards of the channel.
Right.
And actually,
Yes.
if any of you are wondering, I think that we all owe Sean an initial thank you, because this stream was initially his concept from like a year and a half ago, 2 years now, something like that. Maybe
Yep.
2.5 by now.
Yep.
But this was Sean's original concept to start doing the streaming, and after all the pieces line up, but he is the original. So, a big thank you to Sean.
Had a crappy little laptop and a crappy little camera, and we did it for a while, but I think we had 3 people at the most ever show up, and all of them were just people that didn't come here and play. I think a lot of it had to do with the broadcasting, which is now done by TJ, which is awesome. And it is SEAN?
SEAN.
Yeah, not any other way, which is foreign to everybody.
Yep.
Or should be.
So this is the brains behind. This is the wizard behind the Oz, so to speak.
I think it was the thought anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I tried to put something in motion, and it kind of died for a little while when my laptop died, and then here it is again in this hot little, humongous room that we are in right
Enormous
now, with this
one.
giant spell Skype behind us.
It's come a long way, especially with the budget continuing to be 0.
Right.
So, looking
Right.
forward to doing that one. Are you actually from Michigan?
I am not.
Well, you are a fan, apparently.
I am.
Excellent.
I played Pee Wee football, and our helmets were the same, and I saw them on TV and was like, oh, I guess that's my team.
True. So, it might be get time to get ready for round
is.
3 here. Sean, thanks so much for stopping in and
Thank
saying
you very
hi.
much. See you guys. See you later.
Bye.
All right, so we have got against the wall is Peter on Shiny Jund.
Okay. Mr. Peter on Foil Jund. Going up against?
He is up against Jacob Anderson.
Who is on elves, I assume. Excellent. Now, tell me, I've already got my own preconceived notions as to who is the favorite in this one, but let me know what you think.
I think that Jund is favored. Personally.
New Tibble, +1 deals X to target player. X is the number of cards in your deck. Nice. Alex, Jungle McKinney, it is good to see you, and I am pretty thrilled about this
we
one.
should head down.
All right,
There
let's
it
get
is.
going.
Yep.
And we have got a turn 1 Thoughtseize after a Heritage Druid comes down
Both
looking
of these players play shiny decks.
Yeah, this is going to be
Foil
sweet.
Jund versus Foil Elves.
Otherwise, we seem to have a Dwynen's Elite, a Reclamation Sage. Which promo is
That's
that?
an Elvish Visionary.
An Elvish Visionary and a
And
Shaman
a
of the Pack.
Okay.
I might take the Elvish
I
Visionary
think
here.
I take Visionary here.
Ooh, actually, the Dwynen's Elite,
Dwynen's
however...
Elite's really good. Both of the cards are 2-for-1s. It depends on, do you want to be able to remove creatures, or are you worried about their hand? Take
And
Shaman
actually,
of the Pack.
so it allows him to actually have the Enablers, doesn't want him to have the Payoff card. I can appreciate that one.
I think I would have taken the Dwynen's Elite because here Jacob can play Dwynen's Elite, tap all 3 of them for 3 mana, and deploy the rest of his hand.
Absolutely, and I think that while Jund has a huge ability to 1-for-1, Dwynen's Elite is basically counteractive to
Very
that.
powerful.
How about those new... I actually have not seen the new playmats, however, I have not been able to see it. If there actually is a new Tibble card, I honestly don't know. I feel like you're all trolling me.
I think they're all trolling you.
But a link would be appreciated
But
if that was the
Chaos,
case.
as far as the door closing, no longer being part of the music, when I'm here, I close the door quietly. Weird how that happens.
It's always a feature. We like to remix the opening song. So we do have a Lightning Bolt in hand as well as a Terminate. So Peter's got a plethora of removal available. The Heritage Druid might be a main target here. Good. Okay, they were trolling me. I kind of figured, but that was a really united troll.
They were all like, it's here! Alright, so Bolt does take out Heritage Druid.
Otherwise, we've got 3 of these left. It's going to deal a little bit of damage. Peter going to end up going down to 15 off of this.
Team Jund is lame and Jund players are lame. Wow.
Did I name that foil Jund? Whoops.
You did actually name it Foil Jund.
That was entirely subconscious.
You just typed Foil Jund. I mean, technically it's Foil Jund versus Foil Elves.
I mean, if I did the first one,
If
I
we're
might
doing
as-
it, we're doing it. We're going all the way, people. Alright, so Jacob does have a Court of Calling in his hand as well. It looks like he's got another copy of Dwynen's Elite.
So I think at this point we're
looking
kind of
really
on the
good for him.
beatdown, and he could. Do you go for the Elvish Archdruid then at that point? Because that allows you to chord into something that's going to make sure that you can chord into some of the other options. It gives you the big boost. Because the Azure you're not able to activate for a huge plus right now.
Well, here's an attack for 4.
Mm-hmm.
Here has another Lightning Bolt for the Dwynen's Elite. Gonna take 2 down to 16.
Still does have the Terminate to maybe take down another option
Here's
card.
another Dwynen's Elite.
Wow. And these Dwynen Elites are just going to outvalue this pretty hugely. Man, I would love if there was a new Tibble, but there won't be, unfortunately.
Dark Confidant comes down. Oh, this table is just so shiny right now.
I know.
I didn't realize I was picking 2 foil decks.
An attack for 4, likely not...
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you are correct, because that is a 2-2 that
Dwynen's
creates
Elite is a
11.
bear. Somehow. And a Llanowar Elves comes down.
I mean, still does have the Court of Calling as well, so we could see any one of these Anthems doesn't quite have the mana to go for the Azuri and get like a massive plus here, and I think that's why we haven't seen Jacob go for that option. He does also have the ability... I like the idea of an
here's a
Elvish
Charmlord.
Archdruid, because that means that all of these become 2/2s, and that is a pretty impressive board suddenly.
Creature
'cause
Land, Instant Sorcery. We've got a 4/5 Goyf.
the only problem is that we don't have an answer to that one, and with Peter having access to Terminate, going for any one of those pieces is going to be really risky, and it's not going to pay off well.
Yep. So you can cast Reclamation Sage here. You can Court of Calling. Okay. Do that. You can Court of Calling for a Shaman of the Pack.
Mm-hmm. And we reveal a bolt. Not a bad reveal, all things
but
considered.
down to 10. I think that if he Court of Callings for a Shaman of the Pack at end of turn, Jacob should just take this game.
Yeah, he can use a couple removal spells, but I think the cord, even after 2 of those
Okay,
get
here's
removed, would be
Scavengers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'd be 6, and you would only need X amount to get through as far as damage goes. So, and that's if Peter expends 2 removal spells, which he does have the capability to do, but I think...
Well,
is
if
that a
he-
verdant?
It is a Verdant.
So you'd have to take damage to do
If he
it.
chords for a
Shaman.
Shaman of the Pack,
You get 2 removal spells.
you get 2 removal spells, take out...
You have 6 attackers, and actually Peter does have to fetch for it, so he would be dead to that board.
Well, he's got 3 blockers now. Ooh.
But even then, you would have 3 that would get through,
Yeah.
and he would at least have. He'd be taking 6,
He'd be taking 6 down to 4.
and
Yep,
at least a fetch to go down to 3. So,
Yep. So I think here's the Court of Calling.
and Elves about to take game 1. So this is kind of this.
This is pretty typical of game 1 for Elves. Elves is going to be able to take down the game pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
Jund, I believe Peter has things like Anger the Gods and stuff in his sideboard. So
There's an actual Lord of Jund in the chat. Lord of Jund, thank you so much for joining us. It is awesome having you.
Lord of Jund was here on Saturday.
What? Welcome, Lord of Jund. I didn't
We
get the
got
opportunity
Jund
to
on
meet
then
you.
too.
I didn't get the opportunity to meet you then, but I do get the opportunity to meet you now. Welcome. It's great. I look forward to interacting with you in the future.
I heard money is useless, so I bought Foil Jund.
Ah, man. So,
So Lightning Bolt gonna take that out.
Dwynen's Elite being a huge plus there. We're still looking at least 7 if he doesn't go for the fetch. So Peter going to be
His
going...
trigger's on the stack.
Wow.
Okay. Bolt that. So take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We're down to 3.
And Peter, I believe, is dead.
Yep. I mean, he does have the ability to
He
gain
can
1
block,
life,
block, gain 1 life, puts himself up to 4.
but that's just not enough.
I mean, well, that'll do it. Sure.
Boom.
Sure.
Nailed it. Sometimes you just draw it. So, Elves going to take the game one, and this is kind of that interesting point to where you look at Jund as a fantastic deck that's got some main sweepers, it's got a lot of 1-for-1, it's got a lot of hand disruption, and a lot of tools to pick apart this Elves deck.
Now,
but
I
at
don't
the
know
same
if Peter
time,
has... Does Peter have Knight of Souls Betrayal on his board?
not that I last saw.
Okay.
But that is definitely apt to change. He does change his sideboard a decent amount. He basically just keeps a side of he keeps basically a side of shiny sideboard cards to swap out into
All
the
the
ones that he
shinies.
needs. So, but Jacob, the kind of flip side to all of that is that most of it is 1-for-1 removal. Anger the Gods coming out of the sideboard. We might even see something like Engineered Explosives. It's an option that Peter has. But overall, it means that Jacob has a huge amount of going beyond this 1-for-1. The ability to empty his hand really quickly gets around a lot of the 1-for-1 removal. Also, just these cards like Dwynen's Elite are able to get a lot. So, it's a really iffy spot to where Peter has a pretty solid advantage as far as just his removal against a creature-based deck that's based around synergy.
Mm-hmm.
But Jacob has got so much potential to flood the board, go for a quick win. And I think Peter needs to use his removal much, much more aggressively going forward. Instead of trying to look out for key pieces, I think you want to never let that board build up.
Yeah, and I think I disliked his Thoughtseize on turn 1. I think he should have just bolted the Heritage Druid right off the bat.
Oh, yeah, because he went for that Thoughtseize.
Yeah, he went for
as opposed
Thoughtseize
to-
turn 1 instead of just bolting the Heritage Druid, and that Heritage Druid allowed Jacob to just flood the board very, very quickly.
Yeah, and maybe the next turn, then you end up seeing a...
Because next turn
Elvish
he would have
Visionary.
only played Visionary.
go for the Thoughtseize and the Lightning
For
Bolt
the
that turn.
Thoughtseize, then you can take the Dwynen's Elite or the Shaman of the Pack at that point.
And go for the
And you
Lightning
can
Bolt.
bolt the other guy. So I think
And I actually would have liked
Thoughtseize on
bolting.
turn 1, though typically a correct thing to do.
Yeah.
It's not the correct thing with Heritage Druid on.
I don't think he had another one drop in hand, did he? For Jacob.
Jacob, no.
So yeah, I think Peter bolting that probably would have been a solid call. Would have kept him from getting to the third mana, and especially if you end up taking down the Elvish Visionary as well, it means that now his Dwynen's Elite isn't going to be producing a secondary elf, which means that it's just a bear. So definitely we could be a different line might have been more optimal at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hi, Peter, if you're watching this later. And hi, Jacob. Boom. And yeah, I guess pretty much it falls into the line of always bolt the bird. And that's kind of a point to where I'd love to see Peter aggressively use removal right now, because now he's got Jund Charm, he's got Anger of the Gods, and he potentially has options as far as some of the just mainstay sweepers.
Knight of Souls Betrayal or something like Curse of Death's Hold.
Yeah.
Along those lines.
So being able to... I would aggressively go into that one and maybe hope to draw into that using things like this Dark Confidant, ways to just draw into more removal. The Alpha XY, it's great to see you. My thoughts on Stunt?
Stunting Growth, that's the one, the sorcery that returns the lands. I
That's
think it's fine.
weird. I don't know. Returning things from the graveyard to play untapped is still really solid. I'll be curious to see what happens with it, but you really need a way to abuse it. And by abusing it, then you're kind of sculpting your hand around filling up the graveyard, but then that allows you to recast all the things from your hand. I don't know. It would end up pulling things in kind of a weird direction potentially, but it does make life in the loam significantly better. So okay. Yeah. Begging to be broken. I think it's going to be one of those
Fair.
cards that's close. It does too much to be not tested.
Yep.
Otherwise, it looks like a mulligan from both players. This mulligan, I think, really favors Peter.
Absolutely. Elves is a deck that needs a critical mass of creatures to go off, and by mulliganing, you're shorting yourself of at least one creature, if not more.
I love the idea of Dredge Valakut.
No.
You win! You win!
No, I don't like that. Please don't do that.
That's super, super cool.
Oh no.
I would love to see that happen. Stun-
Oh, wow.
You win.
That's actually really ridiculous.
Hold on, get David.
David! We need you!
David is going to be all over that. The new Fact or Fiction, I think, is actually surprisingly playable, especially in the context of Standard. Mono Blue Prism, with that card, is very good.
Go ahead. Separate those.
I mean, when you have so many redundant effects,
Yeah.
yeah, that's going to be really good. So, starting off, we've got a Nettle Sentinel from Jacob and no turn 1 from Peter, who is just going to pass the turn and misses his second land drop. I am so thrown off.
Attack for 2. Make an elf. Make another elf.
Okay. I think Peter just now hits his second land. I'm
So it would
really...
appear.
Big Tim Pin. Not all of them, but this, at least this match is.
Well, Nykthos, Elvish Archdruid.
Oh,
Attack
that's so
for
good.
4, 8. No, sorry, 3, 6, 7, 8.
Huh. Well, that's pretty good. So, we're down to 10, and I have to wonder why we kept this hand. I see Kitchen Finks 2 bolts, but with no red. We have the third land coming down. We
Yep.
can drop down a Kitchen Finks. No, yeah, that's
That's not looking good for Peter. If he had, so the problem is he needed to have 2 red sources and an anger this turn.
you need to bolt the Archdruid now though.
Archdruid needs to die. Unfortunately, with your fetch land being Verdant Catacombs,
You're
you're
gonna
gonna have
take-
to shock for it. You're gonna go to 7
Yes.
and bolt. Your Bob's probably gonna have to jump in front of something.
Mm-hmm. So, well, yeah, because he can't allow it to live.
Yep.
And so at that point, you probably try and take down the Nettle Sentinel if it swings in over anything else.
Well, Nettle Sentinel may not untap,
Right.
but it will because I see that Jacob has a Shaman of the Pack in his hand.
Mm-hmm. Nice. So, getting ready to double block here. It's not the... I mean, it's not a
Wowza.
terrible way to go about this, but I would have
That's
expected...
so dangerous though, because now
he needed to
Archdruid-
main phase the bolt there. This Elvish
So-
Archdruid is enormous. If it's in
Archdruid
Jacob's hand, he's
taps
going to
for
cast
so
it.
much mana here.
Yep.
Here's an Elvish Visionary.
Ooh. This might just be a win on board. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Here's a Shaman.
5, 6, 7,
Attack you.
8. And that's going to be a win. Actually, if I'm Jacob, I'm not gonna attack. I'm gonna pass it back and let the Dark Confidant
Go ahead, Bob. What you got? What you got for me?
Is it super risky?
I mean, no.
Absolutely.
I mean, knowing Peter, he flips 2 lands.
But you put him at 2, so he can't actually fetch. He has to fetch into a tapped red source, and he would have to draw a basic mountain to be able to actually cast the Anger next turn.
Oh, jeez.
Do you take those odds for a stupid joke, or do you make the right play?
Does Jun play basic mountains anymore?
Yes, I think it plays.
I don't think it plays
one.
a single basic mountain.
Oh, really?
Because the only reason you would play basics is because Blood Moon. So why would you play a basic mountain?
Possibly just to go for a harmless mana base.
They play 4 copies of Blackleaf Cliffs, so they have a turn 1 untapped red source.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So
It's possible. Let's see what we
Wowza.
got. I mean,
he's fetching down to 7.
I think that kills him no matter what. Then a removal spell leaves 1, 2, 3,
1, 2,
4,
3,
5,
4,
6,
5,
7.
6, 7. Yeah, he's just dead.
Technically, he
to
takes
that.
6. He takes.
No, he takes 7 because there are
6.
3 here. 4 Elvish Visionary, Dwynen's Elite token. There's 4, 7.
Well, yeah, but he's about to bolt one of them.
Okay, 3 and
but-
4 is 7. If he bolts this one, yeah, there's still 7 guys on board.
Goes for the Elvish Archdruid.
Okay.
Oh, is there? Oh, that Dwynen's Elite. Gotcha. Yeah, it's still
Still
7.
takes 7.
Okay. And
So-
foil elves. So we've got about 30 minutes left.
We should have something extra then.
I'm gonna go find something else, and I'm also, if you don't find something immediately, we'll just open up a pack on stream, and that'll be our one for the night. So stick with us. We've got more to come. Let's head on up and have some fun. That rhymed. Hello, and thank you for joining. We were talking about getting the... Basically, he would have to get a base mount with the next one. He'd be going for the tapped land here. Woo! Love it. How's everybody doing tonight? My name's TJ. We're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It's going to be an absolute blast. Yeah, I'm excited. So we've got 4 rounds of Modern tonight from 27 starting players. That's got to make you pretty excited. I think we've got a big event coming up at the end of the month as far as I think a Modern PPTQ. Not 100% sure whether it will be streamed or not. I will be out of town for a family event. So we'll see. Either I might be able to make it back in time or something to that effect. But let's see if we might have a game 2 coming up.
We have a game 3.
All right, tell me which one of them is playing Burn.
So on the wall is Lewis on Infect.
Oh, okay. That'll do it too.
EWIS, I believe.
Oh, is okay. You're right. Going up against?
And he is up against Josh Go.
Okay.
I think
And
it's
he
Josh.
is. I know what he is on.
He is on the Tezzeret
He is on.
Affinity.
Yep. All right. Cool. And they're going to game 3.
Going to game 3.
Actually, I'm pretty impressed right now. If you wanna give him the good to go, I'll head on down, and then we will talk a little bit about this matchup. See you down there. So, Tezzeret Affinity. First of all, if we're just going to compare this as a regular Affinity deck, starts off as hugely disadvantaged against Infect.
Yep.
So what Josh needs to do is get very aggressive on blockers. So how you beat Infect with Affinity is when you're siding out, he should have taken out his Signal Pests. He should have taken out... Basically, if it doesn't block and force a trade,
Get it out.
Get it
So
out.
Ornithopters even? Or
Ornithopters are okay because they have the 2 toughness. They kind
block
of...
twice, maybe.
Right, and just because they carry things so well, I've sided out 1 in the past. I also tend to take out 1 Memnite because it only blocks 4 of their creatures. But when you end up going for that, you need to block really aggressively, and you bring in anything and everything, and you end up just playing a really defensive blocking game, forcing them to use their pump spells until you can use a Cranial Plating or an Arcbound Ravager to line up your own giant threat, get them pretty quickly.
Yep.
It's a rough matchup for Affinity. This Tezzeret-
Saladin, hello.
Yes, it's great to see you, Saladin, and to the 160 people joining us tonight. It is phenomenal to have you all.
We appreciate you.
And on an Infect side of the battlefield, what you need to watch out for is basically a Galvanic Blast, and make sure that a Gear Per Aether Grid doesn't hit the battlefield.
Yep.
That-
Aether Grid is very, very good.
Those are the main cards that you need to watch out for. Otherwise, you prioritize landing into something like a Blinded Agent, which the blocking can't happen, so Josh really needs to focus on that one. Katsugad, betting on Affinity is a rough call right here. I'm going to give Lewis a pretty big edge.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Thank you, Saladin. We appreciate that.
Faux show! Yes. I'm a pretty classy guy. Alright, I'm not sure who's on the play.
Lewis is going to be on the play.
Lewis is on the play, so losing a game...
So Lewis took game 1 and then lost the first sideboard game.
Interesting. Never really had any issues with Infect as Affinity. Congratulations. I as in my time that I was playing Affinity more, I had a positive matchup record against it, but
It's still not
usually
easy.
when I came up against someone who was like a pretty experienced Infect player, I lost. I ended up actually doing slightly well to it, but I ended up siding in almost like
This is an
8
interesting
cards.
hand. Oh, and he kept this hand. Oof. It's not great.
Mm-hmm.
His only mana source is a Mox Opal that is turned on by Ornithopter
Memnite?
and Memnite.
I've kept these hands in the past with a Scry that went to the bottom.
Well, he scried to the... did he scry to the bottom? I think he scried to the top.
Oh, if it was to the top, then that's way better.
Yeah, you're better off because that means you're getting a turn 1 Arcbound Ravager most likely if it's a land.
Backno, it is great to see you. Thank you so much for joining. I always look forward... Actually, most of you I look forward to seeing. I love that I recognize names in this chat. That actually is huge.
If I was
Jeff
Lucian,
Hoogland, thank you so much for the host.
Yeah, thanks
To
for
the-
the host, Jeff.
To the
Appreciate
300
it.
people, thank you so much for joining us. My name's TJ. You should say your
I'm
name.
Bryce.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you're brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. It's always a good time.
Oh, man.
So-
See, if I was Lewis here, looking at that hand, I might have wanted to keep, just not cast anything on turn 1, because he has a Dismember in his hand, As soon as if Josh sequences wrong, plays creature then Mox, as he did, you could have killed one of the creatures. Mox doesn't tap for anything that turn.
And then you can just fetch
Then
for a
you
tap
deploy your
source.
guy next turn.
Yeah. It's a decent choice. Deathly
Deathly
Fiend. Or Deathly Fiend, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. It's fantastic having you. That's a solid point, but I actually, hey, thank you. And to Hexelion, we might be doing a lot of thanks you right now. But, part of the Hooglin Raid, it is a modern tournament. We've got 4 rounds. We're currently in round 3 right now, and I appreciate every single one of you. Yeti!
Did I do that right?
Yeah, that was great. So actually, I agree with playing at the Noble Hierarch, because you have to assume that your opponent is going to play optimally.
Yeah, that's fair.
Aleko P, thank you so much for hitting that follow button, and I think that
Ooh.
disadvantaging yourself because you dropped down this Noble Hierarch, put down the Blighted Agent, and now you have the Vines of Astrid as protection.
I think Lewis just has him dead.
Nihilist, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. Oh yeah, Infect is in a really solid spot right now.
Oh man, he's got
Oh, what up, Willig? Thank you so much for hitting the follow button. Jeff Hoogland, again, thank you. You guys are all amazing. If you're brand new,
Death by TV. Thank you for hitting that follow button.
and what a
Appreciate
glorious
that.
death it is.
Broke 2,800 followers. Nice.
Sightbound.
Sightbound.
Man,
Thanks for hitting that follow.
this is actually pretty amazing. So, seriously, thank you to all of you.
Ooh.
And we have got just an attack for 2 Infect. Onami, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. A bit of an interesting choice.
That is
there.
interesting because
Crispy Chip, Geek Fortress is located in Snohomish, Washington. Wizard Kizzards, what a great name.
Have it, okay.
Thank you so much for hitting the follow button.
I think he has Might of Old Croza as well.
Sorry, I got distracted by thanking everybody.
Wow,
Trunky.
so many followers. Thank you, everybody. This chain lightning going on here.
There is quite the chain lightning happening.
Kyle XWX. Thanks for hitting the follow button. All
Although,
right.
we've got a Dismember
Dismember gonna take it out.
and
Guy Ninja.
not sacking that to the Arcbound Ravager, which should have a +1/+1
Should
counter
have a counter.
anyway on it,
There we go.
but ended up.
Lewis has got us covered.
Yeah, and Josh looks like he missed the sack there. Mox Ryan, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. Hello to Tez Mizit. It's good to see you. T Forbes, great seeing you.
This
Pretty
turn,
much,
Lewis should have it. Because he's got Become Amends plus Hierarch trigger.
Garm Penguin Uprising, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. We also do have a Mutagenic Growth, which is going to help fill the graveyard just a little bit more. Mark,
He even has a Vines of Astwood to protect it that he can play alongside.
MTG Maniac, we had Eldrazi last round, actually. Mm-hmm. Yes. Daniel Sidhian, I may have butchered that one. Thank you so much for the follow.
Alright, here's +4/+4.
Yeah, this is an easy win here.
Yep, this is going to be, in fact, taking this one down.
With Vines of Astwood protection.
Chasing Integrity, thanks for hitting that follow button. We appreciate it.
We are at almost 400. Lil Mertz.
Got it in stereo.
Wow.
Thanks for hitting the follow button.
Sorry, I'm kind of in
Here's
awe
an
right now.
attack.
I get really sappy sometimes. Gideon, thank you so much. But, thank you so much,
And
everybody, for
here
hitting that follow
is
button. We stream
Mutagenic
4
Growth.
times a week, I'll tell you about that
That
one.
is it. I'm going to go see if we've got another game. somewhere.
Absolutely. Stick around. We've got another game coming up. In fact, taking the win. We're going to head back up to the booth. And Negaishin, thank you so much. We should be able to get another game for you in this round. If not, then we're going to open up a pack on stream to kill some time as we get ready for round 4. Big Daddy Snow, thank you so much. I have a feeling that I'm going to be saying that a lot going forward, and I can't thank you all enough for that. We'll see you up there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ Bryce, my co-host for the night. We are streaming from Geek Fortress, located in Snohomish, Washington. It is incredible to have all of you, and thank you so much for joining. It's going to be a great night. We've got at least a little bit more happening in this one. If not, we'll open up a pack of Eternal Masters and see what we've got. If you're brand new, and if I haven't been able to say hi to you, be sure to say hi in the chat. Get there, got there. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button and joining us today. We get 500 people and TJ eats another Tybalt. No, I'm never going to eat another Tybalt. That was a mistake if ever there was. But I do love Tybalt nonetheless. But yeah, I am so excited. And we do this stream 4 times a week. Saxofish. I work for a local city as a permit technician. Basically, I work in the building planning kind of stuff. Best red card in Eternal Masters. Interesting choice there. On the one hand, you have a very hard to evaluate the new Devil Horror there. Slowly Crashing, thanks for hitting the follow button. That one's really difficult to evaluate. Otherwise, you have some really solid... The new removal spell is pretty cool as well. Big Daddy Baker, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. We stream 4 times a week. All these times are Pacific time. It's currently 9:30 p.m. where we are. But Crispy Chip, thank you so much. Every... Tez Mizzet, I've got 106 Tibbles. You can join us every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time for some standard, every Wednesday and every Saturday for modern, Wednesdays at 7 o'clock, Saturdays at 6, and every single Friday at 7:30 for some legacy. Eugen16, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. It looks like we've got another match.
We do. We've got a game 2. So on the wall is Ryan,
Excellent.
who is, again, on Outsun.
He is getting a lot of screen time today.
He seems to be in between games every time I head out there.
I bet he just waits. Old Man Smithy, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. My favorite card from Eternal Masters so far. Oh, there was a Nihilist. No, I did see the Nihilist. I love that.
Zolzar the Creator.
Thank you so much for
Thanks for
hitting.
following.
Oh, I'm so
All right,
excited.
and on the other side of the table is Joe.
Klobowski?
Indeed.
Tell me
On
it's
Zombardment.
modern Zombardment. Alright, well, if you haven't hit that follow button yet and you're thinking, why should I? Maybe it's because we have modern Zombardment here occasionally, and it is beautiful. Wait until you see a Greater Gargadon used as an uncountable sack outlet. You haven't
lived.
Absolutely. Who do we have taking game 1?
Joe took game 1.
Brilliant. And actually, you know, the ability of that deck to grind out is going to be pretty big.
Incredible against Jund and Abzan type decks.
Path to Exile, pretty much the big thing that Ryan has as an answer to this. Otherwise,
But if Joe has a sack outlet,
grinding out really well. Let's head on down for game 2. We'll see you there. Okay.
here we are. I don't think Joe has any poison though.
So my favorite card from Eternal Masters so far would have to, oh man, I don't even know at this point. There have been some pretty sweet cards. Probably, like, it's the 2 burn cards that just say or player. Just the fact that they say
Chain
or
Lightning.
player is enough for me. Yes.
And Carbonize.
Yep. I'll take that. There was like a Galvanic something. Galvanic, the new Sorcery Speed Lightning Strike.
Are we looking for Eldritch Moon or Eternal Masters?
I think
Eldritch Moon. EMN. Eldritch Moon.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Cubs fan, thank you so much for the compliment. We do our absolute best. A Bloodstained Mire on Joe's side of the battlefield. Did I say Eternal Masters? I
think I might have. It's on me.
I'm the
Oh.
worst.
Joe sided in his Liliana that we won't be able to tell what it is, except we know exactly what card it is when he plays it.
It's so beautiful. So a turn 1 Blood Crypt. Now this deck does, or at least previously used to dip into the Jund colors. I'm not sure if it still is. Oh, it's a Volcanic Hammer?
Well-
Fair enough.
We're going to suspend a Greater Gargadon. How about that?
And here is where we get to see the greatest sack outlet that this deck... This is possibly my favorite thing that Joe kind of came about as far as this deck goes. Greater Gargadon coming down. With the Suspend, you can sacrifice an artifact, creature, or land to remove a time counter for it. Activate this only if it's suspended. Okay. He gets 10 free sack outlets that can't be countered. And that ends up being fairly relevant. It also can't be removed. And just by going for your general game plan, by just doing what you want to do, you're going to end up with a 9/7 with haste. That can't be too wrong against a deck that has... I mean, a 9/7 is going to match up fairly well against a field of 4/5s, against
Absolutely.
3/4s, things like that. I may have said that instead of blast. I'm not entirely sure.
Goblin Guy, thank you. We appreciate that. A shout out to Card Kingdom, who also does stream in the area.
Yes. Our friends from just down south a little bit.
Gargadon.
Sorry. Ooh. Otherwise, a Tarmogoyf coming down. It's just a 1/2 on the field right now. Lands the only thing that we have at the moment. And it's not going to be a huge clock. However, down the line, Joe is going to be filling up his graveyard pretty quickly. The only problem is that, ooh, Garm Penguin Uprising. Thank you so much. We are in Snohomish, Washington, and if you are in the area, be sure to come say hi sometime and play some Magic. And make sure that you actually, like, come talk to me. I'm excited about
There's
it.
a lightning bolt that is actually going to take out the Goyf. He ran Tarmogoyf into a lightning bolt, unfortunately.
What? So remember all those times that people tell you never lightning bolt?
Don't bolt a Tarmogoyf. Well, in this case it was a 1/2, so that means it will die.
Not something that you get to see very often, but I'm excited to see it nonetheless. Another thing that we will tell you all about now is that you should, if you're going to GP Portland and you want to, if you're brand new and if you find yourselves thinking, they seem pretty fun, I'm willing to go meet them. We're going to be doing Pizza at Pizza, Schmitza, while we are at GP Portland on the Friday before. I'm very excited about that one, and hopefully you're able to join us, and we get the chance to meet you.
So Bolt takes out the Goyf, and then a Gravecrawler is Joe's play for the turn.
Yep. Gravecrawler, really solid card, able to come back if you have another zombie on the battlefield. So far, Joe hasn't done a huge amount as far as actually filling his graveyard. And I think he kept a hand that may have been a little bit more conservative, but had the ability to maybe answer this Abzan midrange. But the longer this game goes, Joe can grind all day. What day or time? I'm thinking likely around 7 would be
Probably
my guess.
around 7 p.m. on Friday.
We'll be updating
let
the
you
exact time as we go forward, but that will be a... Oh, and I will say a quick note. If you want to know any time that we're streaming without having to do math, just follow at Red Baron MTG. I will always let you know when we are about to stream. I'll be here for pretty much every stream that we do.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. I don't miss many, and it's usually a crisis of some sort. So, a Bloodghast coming down. Doesn't have haste just yet because Ryan is at 17 and it is going to have that landfall. However, another resilient card. We also do have the Sack Outlet. The pieces are kind of coming together for Joe, and
Yep.
what we haven't seen from Ryan, and this is probably a very key point, is that Ryan is a Lord Red Raven. First of all, red, always a plus, but thank you so much for hitting the follow button.
Golgari Charm.
That's an interesting choice.
Wowza.
Yeah.
Joe
One.
just sacks him to the Gargadon.
I mean, why not?
Get a couple counters off the Gargadon.
Mm-hmm.
A 9/7 seems pretty decent. Can't be Abrupt Decay.
Sleeper 37, yes, this is just a regular Modern Night. We stream our weekly tournaments. We stream our weekly Standard, which is at 6:30 Pacific time on Mondays. We stream our Modern, which is Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. And every Friday at 7:30 for Legacy. I am very excited. Agro Buddha, I apologize. Or, I'm sorry, I forgive you. There we go.
Yeah, Goblin Guy, tell them to bring their Tibbles. TJ will buy them.
I do like Tibbles. I'm at 106 right now, after finding one. It is standard. It's a standard GP. But there's always side events, and actually we might put together something. So, heading into Ryan's turn now, the big concern that I have for him against this deck is that grinding... We're at 27 players today. Ryan has not presented a single threat beyond this initial time.
The original Goyf, yeah.
I think we have a secondary one coming down now.
Okay.
But
That's pretty good.
it continues to just not actually present anything that Joe needs to be concerned about, and that's exactly where Joe needs to be.
Looks like Goyf is a 3/4 now. Creature, instant, land.
And it's going to be able to apply a little bit. But Joe has had so much time right now. Punch you in the eye. I hope you don't, but it's great having you, and thank you so much for hitting that follow button.
TJ would be at 107, but one of them is...
I had to eat one. It was honestly awful.
Alright, here's a Relentless Dead. Now, if Joe has land, get back Bloodghast, cast Gravecrawler, this could be a pretty good turn for him.
I don't
looks
think
like
he
he
does. That would have been phenomenal,
That would have been
however.
a great turn.
Let's see. For trained orgs, I'll see how many that I have. I'm not sure, however. I'll have to take a look to see how many I have. But okay. Also, we do still have a pack of Eternal Masters to open, interestingly enough.
We do. We will try to get that one probably after this match.
Yeah, we keep having match after match.
I know. I keep finding us matches. I'm sorry.
Knocking it out of the park, Bryce. So, we are going to activate this Stirring Wildwood.
And rumble in. Here comes a pair of 3/4s.
I mean, it's 6 damage. Joe's down to 10 and does need an answer. This Relentless Dead, not going to be an incredible blocker, all things considered.
Well, Gargadon is.
Ooh, and we have the
currently
land.
At 4. Okay, here's land. So that gets back Bloodghast. He can recast his. He can recast the.
Whoop, that's not what we're looking for. I was not prepared.
Hardcore Spirit Dancer 531. That's a great name.
Fantastic. Oh, man. And a Zulaport Cutthroat. That's excellent right now. So, not bringing back the Gravecrawler just yet, but by having this Greater Gargadon, he's actually able to just throw things in as a blocker, sack it. He would likely pay the black to return it to his hand, play it out next turn, bring back his Gravecrawler. He's got a lot of options, and this Zulaport Cutthroat is going to help grind up into higher life totals as well.
Here is a Lingering Souls.
Pretty good.
It's
Pretty good.
decent.
So these 2 spirit tokens going to come down. The shiny spirit tokens, especially.
Shiny Boo Spirit tokens.
Yes.
They are Boo.
They're-
Down there at the bottom.
I don't know about you. Oh, dang it, now I gotta
Feeling
say...
like 2 Boo.
I was gonna say they're too spooky for me, but...
3 Spoopy, 5.
But then I had to say it, but I'm feeling 22. I know, I am... That makes me
Gargadon
feel
is
guilty.
getting close to coming down.
It's gonna be a 9/7 attacker.
It's a giant duder.
Yeah, and it's gonna be chump blocked pretty decently, or it's gonna get hit by that Path to Exile in Ryan's hand, and I think he's been saving it for
He's
that purpose.
saving it for the Gargadon.
Absolutely. Otherwise, we've got a Menace 2/2 that can attack in. It's not gonna... I mean, I doubt that he's going to at this point. It's
I don't
probably
think
on
it
blocking
attacks.
duty because
Yeah,
it's Time Growth.
I think Joe is on pure combo mode right now.
Potentially, and I don't see anything like a Terminate in hand. We have seen him cast out a Lightning Bolt, but he's pretty slim on removal, all things considered. So, I think what we're looking for from Joe is to really get a lot of value from this Zulaport Cutthroat. If I'm Ryan, I may have actually fired off this Path to Exile
On the Cutthroat.
on the Cutthroat because you have so much chump block potential, but the Zulaport Cutthroat is going to give you a huge amount of value beyond the battlefield, which is where these Lingering Souls are going to excel. You can play Gravecrawler 3 times and cast Gargadon.
That is definitely true.
Absolutely true. It would also mean that Ryan would be down to 13. Joe would be up to 13.
So, Bloodghast getting in there.
It's an interesting choice, and it makes me think that we have a Lightning Bolt in hand.
Block. I'll sack it to this instead.
Oh, okay.
Or sorry, this is triggering.
I was thinking maybe there was a Lightning Bolt involved there. Oh,
No,
actually,
it looks like there might be a bolt.
yeah, because he did not sack that to the Greater Gargadon.
No.
Or he just wanted it to die.
Here comes Gravecrawler.
Yep.
Well, he can fetch and get that back at any time.
Yeah, so just wanted it to die. Attacks in, it says either you're taking 2 or you're taking 1, and I'm gaining 1.
Mm-hmm.
Solid play there.
What is your decision?
So,
Okay, an Inquisition of Kozilek was Ryan's draw this turn. It's not bad.
but it's also not great. We're gonna cast it out. We do have, I guess, a Relentless Dead and 2 Sifter of Skulls.
Wow. Okay, that means that if Ryan uses this Path to Exile on Gargadon when it comes down, Joe's going to be able to get Sifter into play.
So Sifter, a 4/3 for 4. That whenever another non-token you control dies, you put in a 1/1 Eldrazi Scion that has sacrificed it to add a colorless to your mana pool. Well,
It's decent.
when you happen to have a Zulaport Cutthroat out, that becomes a pretty valuable card. To where every sack ends up running double duty, essentially. That is beautiful. So we're going to attack in for 2 with this Spirit Tokens. Going to be knocking Joe down to 9. A little bit interesting not to keep them back as a blocker, maybe getting a little confident with this Path to Exile. But in the end, you're still looking down a Relentless Dead, a Gravecrawler, and likely a... so that's still probably going to be 4 damage getting in, knocking you down to 11, with nothing else happening.
Okay. Here's a flashback of Lingering Souls.
keeping back some blockers. Yeah, likely just on guard duty right now.
Yep, they're just kind of chump blocking here.
So, otherwise this Greater Gargadon is going to tick down to 2. Oh,
Okay, Joe is going to fetch here. That will get a land that will bring back his Bloodghast. He gets the green source.
Stranger, it is great to see you again. Also, the fact that we're now at 2,830. We are 170 away. We need to come up with something to do for when we get to 3,000 people.
3,000 followers?
I honestly, it feels like it was 2 months ago that we got shocked that we got to like 1,000.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair.
thank you everybody for being a part of this. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
Gargadon down to 2.
We also do have the Bloodghast in play, the Relentless Dead, which has not been super impactful as of yet. We do have the Sifter of Souls. If Joe drew the land, that becomes pretty valuable.
I think you attack with the Gravecrawler and the Bloodghast. I mean, there's no reason not to. If they get blocked, you're gaining life. If they don't get blocked, your opponent's taking 4.
Mm-hmm. Lagiski, thank you so much for that.
He did an Eternal Master's Chase.
Oh, I'm still shocked that we got to 1,000. I save all my crying for after the stream.
You guys don't see it. He literally walks out the door and starts crying.
Yeah, they're happy tears, though. Let's see.
Alright. So Joe deciding what he wants to do here.
And we don't actually know what the other card in hand is. So, I'm a little bit... I honestly don't know kind of what line I want to see him play out, because if it's a land, then it becomes...
Here's
do you
2
go for the
mana.
attack first?
So it looks like it might be a Blood
Ooh.
Artist. Wow, okay, this is pretty good for him.
Mm-hmm.
This is really good for him.
That's pretty solid. It also means that this Blood Artist is going to trigger on the Lingering Souls tokens, actually.
Yep.
So that's going to be pretty relevant. Since when did we hit 500? Yeah, I don't know. This has been a continually growing thing that has been basically from the beginning larger than we ever expected it to be.
Absolutely.
And I can't thank you all enough for turning this into what it is, because this is basically for you all that we do it.
Well,
Mystic Yoshi, thanks for joining us again. So, looks like we are getting some sacks going. And we are going to try and attack in with this
here
Greater
comes
Gargadon.
Greater Gargadon.
Chooses to knock down to 11. Doesn't have the fetch land, however, but Ryan down to 11 after 2 of these effects. Not quite enough.
Amazingly enough, if Ryan paths this here, then Bloodghast comes back. Joe is able to recast Gravecrawler. And then next turn has Sifter of Skulls.
It also actually brings back... I mean, Bloodghast is back.
Yeah, that's...
Oh,
that's what I
yeah,
said.
sorry. I just came in at the...
And then he's able to recast the
Gravecrawler.
Gravecrawler.
Yep. How was getting out of the booth and playing the other week? It felt really weird not to be not to be talking to all of you. It was really weird. I feel like I played well. I won basically when I wasn't on stream. I got to lose for all of you, which was fun.
Interesting that he didn't recast the Gravecrawler.
Possibly, he has almost nothing else
The
to do.
2
with
cards
mana.
in his hand are known.
Yeah, maybe saving it because he's on potentially blocking duty with this Relentless Dead to buy it back would be my other option here.
That very well could be, but it looks like Ryan's just going to go with the Air Force. Swings in for 4.
And actually, if Ryan doesn't have another Lingering Souls, that's going to be big, because this Relentless Dead, the menace on it, means it can get through that really
And
well.
it's a little known thing that has that actually has menace.
And Sifter of Souls now available. We are looking for basically a sack outlet, and Joe is going to be essentially at a
Going
win.
off.
Actually, he does have a win if the sack outlet appears,
Yep. Sack Outlet appears, game is pretty much over here.
because of the ability to sacrifice these, get the tokens. That's already 8 there. So Joe
Okay,
is
here's
so
2
close.
mana from Ryan. Another Tarmogoyf.
Okay.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Through just the idea of attacking as well, he would be able to. So we're still looking at a pretty solid position. I guess the sack outlet would end up, he has to play out one of these Sifters of Skulls as well as it. Looks like we're just going to drop one down. Even if we get
Your
aggressive,
Sifter,
we
yep.
now get these Eldrazi Scions. We can just sacrifice to give him 2 life at any time. That becomes a really nice, and they act as kind of their own sack outlet. But Joe looks to be passing the turn back. I'm a little bit surprised.
Well, he's going to take 4 in the air next turn.
Go down
to 4.
That's
Wrath
a-
of God is in Ryan's hand.
Interestingly enough,
That is not very good right now. That would
kills
just
him.
kill him.
a Wrath of God would kill Ryan right now.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
He would get the 2. He would get
9,
all the
10.
Scions.
Yep.
He would get a horde of attacking Scions.
Well, he would take 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He would take 15 off of it.
Mm-hmm. So,
Down to 4.
I think not swinging with the gas is because he doesn't have the land reliably yet and wants to make sure. But I agree that he could have ended up hitting them down to 9.
Aragon Shadeslayer, I'm not sure who you're talking about, that other guy. If you mean TJ, this is TJ. He's the main host.
My name's TJ,
I'm Bryce.
and we're straight from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. Huge thank you to everybody who did earlier. I can't tell you how much it means to me, but it's a lot. And I guess we are working on a sub button. That's always good.
Yep.
Hopefully going to be coming in the future.
Ooh, Joe looking like he's getting ready to cast something for 1 mana. Faithless Looting. Okay. He is trying to draw into
And with 2 cards in hand, we've got a solid opportunity to do it.
a sack outlet of some
I
kind.
think we may have gotten another Sifter Souls there.
He did hit a land as well.
So it does mean that he could attack in with this Bloodghast,
Yep.
get it back, maybe gain a little bit of life that way.
Discards the Sifter and his fetch land.
Okay. Let's see.
Garrett-
Garuk, Predator of
Garrett,
Scrubs, thank
Predator.
you so much. The 2 hosts, Eric and Bryce are both basically among the regular co-hosts, and so then
TJ was getting to play, that's why he wasn't in here.
when I'm gone, they hop on. Hey, more rhyming. So a swing for 2 here. Ryan either goes down to 9, and
Goes
looks
down
to be
to
going for that
9.
one. A really solid option because
This
Joe.
game's gonna be a draw.
Actually, it depends on what Joe has in hand. If it's a kill spell of any sort, he's alive. He just needs something that actually removes his own creatures. I'm not quite sure what that would be, however. And we're gonna pick him up.
Alright, and I don't think either of these decks can win
In turns.
in turns. They
Koth
have 20
wins.
seconds left, so. Oh look, Eric's in the chat.
Koth wins. It's awesome having you. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. We are going to head back up to the booth and get ready. We are flying through, so I guess we're going to open the pack at the end. We've been trying to open a pack of Eternal Masters for each of our streams until I
we
run
can
out of
open
them.
it now. Turns is just starting.
It depends on how many people are actually going to be on turns, though. All right, let's head on up to the booth. We'll see you there.
I'll keep that in. There is at least one table on turns, and I can see them. So.
Hello, and thank you for joining. My name's TJ.
And I'm Bryce.
Stream from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button. We stream 4 times a week. All times are Pacific daylight time. Currently, it's about 10 o'clock here. JS Bernal 156. Thank you so much. You can join us every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time for Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday for Modern. Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. And on Friday, we've got Legacy. Every 7:30.
Every 7:30 on Friday.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Every Friday at 7:30.
It's going to be all kinds of fun. The Zombardment, as it currently sits, may not be on Tapped Out, but our Tapped Out account does have the new Zombardment 2.0 towards the bottom of the modern
It's
ones.
close to what he's running.
It's pretty close to what he's running. It's pretty sweet. We can try and get the updated one in the future. But I'm very excited to have all of you here. We do this for you. We're looking at getting a sub button eventually. If you weren't aware, we currently operate on a budget of exactly how much?
Volunteer.
If exactly volunteer and having to basically buy all this stuff with our budget of $0. Hooray! And we've actually been doing a great job with it. I'm very excited about it, but I'm also very excited about in the future maybe just
Maybe getting something.
generating a way to
Figuring this out.
to supply some of this stuff in it. Anyway,
I can see the match that's still being played. If we want to open this, we can.
All
We still
right.
have some time.
Let's crack it. You're going to be going for the classic of name the card.
Name the card.
You got to beat
I will
chat.
do what I can.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm really hoping it's my foil World Gorger Dragon, though. Okay, Egra Buddha, Soul Sisters for Modern. It's not phenomenal, but it is good, and it can take down a local meta. At a local meta, it's fine. Make sure that it's something that you will enjoy playing, however.
That is the Ballywhack Banneret. It's the Banneret, right?
Ballynock Cohort?
Ballynock Cohort.
Yeah.
Cohort. I knew it was Bally something. That is the... Oh, man.
Blight
Soil Druid.
Yes. Alright, we've got...
Elvish Vanguard.
Nicely done.
Cephalid Sage.
Well done.
That is the... I know it. I Blight's Ending.
Well done. JBR Ed Phoenix. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining, and hello to anybody else. If you are brand new and I haven't had the opportunity to say hello, say hi in the chat. I'd love to welcome you, or let us know where you're watching from. That's always exciting.
Blood...
Fell Caves?
Fell Caves.
Close enough. That land.
Shoreline Ranger.
Well done.
That's the Honor Guard.
Close enough.
Oh, jeez.
This one always gets
It's a
people.
red card that is...
It's a little orcish.
Oh, Orcish Oriflamme.
JB Red Fit. Oh, look at me go. JB Red Phoenix, thank you so much.
Oriflamme.
We gotta power through quick.
That is...
Lake of
man.
Vultures.
That's the Blue Honden.
Nice.
Pyroblast.
Finally a good card.
It's Phyrexian Gargantuan. Sylvan Library, not
And
bad.
with the foil being...
Counterspell. That's like a $10 counterspell.
Hey. Not a bad pack tonight. It's time for round 4. Thanks for sticking around. And we are going to likely get the finals up. So, let's see what we end up getting. We're going to try and get the finals on stream for you and try and get other ones as well. Let's see. I know, the English is tricky. Mox Ryan, it's great to see you. And, yeah, not a bad pack, all things considered. 6 words, opinions on Pauper. Sweet format, getting into it. Yay! I actually really do enjoy it. I've been slowly trying to build up Pauper in the store. A group of us are trying to kind of grassroots it up, get the Pauper community going. Hopefully in the future we can stream some tournaments. Currently streaming for about 20 hours a week is tricky on me, and it's a little bit tight on the schedule, so I'm not sure if I can add an entire other tournament within the week. That being said, if we can do the occasional tournament, then I would be more than happy to get Pauper out there when I can. Currently I have Burn and Affinity put together, though the Burn is not fully put together yet. I'm currently working on that one. JB Red Phoenix, how's the meta out here for Modern? It is excellent. I do really enjoy our Modern scene. We tend to have a little bit of everything. We tend to have a good amount of the Tier 1, a solid amount of the Tier 2, some of the Fringe, and some crazy brews. But as a quick note, if you are joining, we put up a great illusion. We are in a tiny supply closet, and the store, 27 is actually a pretty good amount for this shop. And so when we're able to do it, it's really awesome. It's as far as just the size of the shop goes, but the fact that we do such big Modern turnouts, I absolutely love it. It's going to be a sweet month, and we have a really good crowd for Modern, in my opinion. I like it. Okay. Affinity overall. Yeah, the meta's a little bit rough on it. I've been on Burn recently. 6 words on brewing decks. Have a purpose. Don't be worse. And I guess it's really difficult to answer that one well, but I guess the main point that I'm trying to say is that when you're building it, build it with an actual intent, and when you're following that intent, don't be a worse something else. Now, if you are building it and your intent is to be the best Pegasus deck in Modern, then it's hard to be the worst Pegasus, and that's your intent, and maybe you can go forward with that and it's going to be rough. But when you're going about it, make sure that you don't come to the conclusion that you are just the worst version of someone else. Have a reason for what you're doing. And even if that reason is fun, and it's the most fun for you, well, that's the best, and it means that it's not a worse fun deck for you. But that's my thoughts, is that you need to have a purpose, and you need to have an actual reason. Thoughts on a viewer deck tournament? Viewers submit decks, then people playing in the tournament are given one at random? I love that idea. So we've been thinking about maybe when we come up to a year. I think we've been doing the stream for about 10 months, but we've been thinking about having potentially a host tournament, and the idea of a viewer submitted one sounds awesome. 6 words, thoughts on Triskaphobia combo. I'm sure David will do it. David will very likely end up going for that one. But I love the idea of the viewer submitted tournament. I'll have to look into that one, and we'll have to try something that Slowly Crashing, I'm sure you're loving that idea as well. So, that's pretty excited. Keep in mind we are looking at getting that sub button in the future. We should be getting another match up here shortly, and we are still looking at getting all kinds of very, very cool things moving forward. The trick is that we're still very much chasing kind of what happened, where we end up kind of, people found us, and we're still very much in a situation of making sure that we can get to the point of putting on a good show for you and making sure that we can put a good product. As a burn player, what is my opinion on Copperline Gorge for Nacatl Burn? I don't like it at all. One, I don't like Nacatl Burn to start off with. But if you are running it, I'm not a huge fan of the Copperline Gorge in the first place. I can see why they're running it for just the... Silex, thank you so much for hitting the follow button, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me when you're a deck that is going to be putting in a land to cast a Wild Nacatl, that keeps it as a 1-1, and you are unable to fetch for it to be a 3-3 with your next land. So, it strikes me as... Or I guess you can. You go for the red-white one. Never mind. You can make it a 3-3. But, I don't know. I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled because you really need the fetch land in there, and it's very, very likely. But I usually want to have the absolute most consistent product I can. How about the Allosaurus combo? Until it gets remanded, it's going to be sweet. JB Red Phoenix, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I do really appreciate it. What are the tier 1 decks so far? Are we talking about in Modern in general or here in the shop? In the shop, I know that we have Infect, Burn, Affinity. We oftentimes are able to have Green-Red Tron. We have Jund. We've got Obzon Company. We've got Obzon itself. We do have Merfolk usually. I'm not sure if we have Merfolk tonight to the funny Mankev. I'm not sure if we have Merfolk tonight, but we do have Merfolk players around here who are often showing up. Personally, I don't like Nacatl in Naya Burn whatsoever, but that's just my personal preference. I have played Valakut. I do love that one. In the meta, overall, okay, yeah. Any Grixis decks? Grixis, surprisingly, we are a little bit light on. Hogpog, thank you so much for joining us. I don't recognize your name. It's awesome having you. Grixis, not a ton of them, but they are starting to develop more. We've got a Delver player here, as well as a Grixis Delver and a Grixis mid-range player who would occasionally show up. Any Nightfall players? We do have one who has opted to not be on camera, but we also do occasionally have another one that will sometimes show up, so we can try and get that one as soon as we have it. What should you bring to Modern tomorrow? Burn, Affinity Storm, Eldrazian Taxes, or Black-White Tokens? Tell me a little bit about your meta, and I will happily answer that one. Is Merfolk considered Tier 1? Currently, yes, I would consider it Tier 1. The tiers are not based around power, they're based around the number of people playing them. You can't really objectively determine power. Any Banteldrazi here? Yes, there is Banteldrazi. Hogpog, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. 6 words in Merfolk. Very cool deck. Absolutely love it. I've actually been thinking about putting it together myself. Nacatl Burn is great when your meta involves a lot of control, creature light. Absolutely. And I do think that there's a place. I understand Nacatl Burn, and I'm not saying that it's a bad version. My personal preference is for non-Nacatl Burn, and it's the way that I prefer to play the deck. Sorry if that was misrepresented, but Nacatl Burn has an absolute reason. It's much more aggressive, and when you're not going to be going up against a lot of either lightning bolts or creatures in the way, it's going to be excellent. But my preference is to non-Nacatl. Let's see here. Hey, Genti. Oh, I kind of missed that one, but I'll see it in a quick moment, and I can thank you properly. But thank you so much for hitting the follow button. What is the best deck in the shop, and why is it Naya Burn? Well, it's Naya Burn because it's the best deck in the shop. Nice. Nailed it. To Genki Toro, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I really appreciate you joining us, and I look forward to interacting with you more in the future. What do you do in Bombardment? You use your graveyard as a resource to bring back a lot of cards over time, throwing them at your opponent using the Blood Artist and the Zulaport Cutthroat to continually basically cause them to lose life and yourself gain life. Whew. There we go,
Okay,
Spatial Threat.
So it took a while because of the fact that apparently Ryan and Joe decided to try to play it out.
Oh,
Nothing happened. It ended as a draw, so nothing big there.
okay.
No need to worry about it.
Gotcha.
I would have felt bad if it had ended another way. That's why I stood there and watched. And
Gotcha.
it ended as a draw. So
Okay.
we're all good. We didn't miss anything.
And what do we got as the finals?
As the finals, we have Jacob, who is not against the wall.
Okay, I'm not
On
against
Elves.
Wolves. So we've got Jacob Anderson on Elves, who is in the finals.
Yep.
Going up against.
Going up against Kevin Baldwin on Bogles. Baldwin on Bogles.
What an interesting finals.
It's because Coleman conceded to him because he left.
Gotcha. But still an unusual finals. Not things that you normally see kind of in the last round. I will tell you though, we will be moving into the next round, or at least a secondary match pretty quickly. Because both of these decks are fairly fast. Who gets your edge?
I think I'm going to give this one to Bogles.
Okay. New Welling, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. I'm actually going to give it to Elves. So I think Elves has got a pretty big advantage here. Let's head on down and have some fun. Alright, so getting ready for the finals match here. Two fairly uninteractive decks for our finals, but that does mean that we'll likely be able to grab a grindy match for the future.
Absolutely.
6 words on Eldritch Evolution. Do I think it will have a place in Modern? It will be tested.
We'll see.
I'm skeptical. I think that it does a lot of good things, but anytime that you have to sacrifice as the cost, it gets pretty risky. Punch You in the Eyes. What's the best packs to start buying for a brand new MTG addict? Probably
The most
Shadows
recent
and Eternal.
set,
Eldritch Moon
Shadows.
and Shadows over Innistrad.
Yep. But I would recommend something like if you were brand new, the Deck Builder's Toolkit is actually great.
Let's see. Elvish Champion will give the Glade cover Forest Walk. Beautiful from Clay. Had not considered that one. That is pretty sweet. Have we ever heard of Rat-Tat-Tat? Yes, we have. Well, at least I have. Have you?
Yep.
Ooh. But I still think Elves is going to be pretty solid here. What are my thoughts on the Infect versus Burn matchup? Burn is advantaged.
Burn is advantage.
Pretty solidly.
Those are 2 J's.
Personally, I'm not sure about percentage, because percentages get very weird depending on the players and things like that. But
Yep. Did you get your windswept?
if I were to jump into the matchup blind against an unknown player skill-wise, I would expect probably...
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
I would expect maybe 65% burn, 60, 65. The interesting thing is that in the main board of Burn, there's so much things that only hit players and not creatures,
In case you're curious.
which
And they're
I grabbed
being
them.
one.
Yep.
cool. Which means that you end up in a situation in which a lot of your cards actually can't hit the Infect creatures, and if you pick the wrong hand, not knowing it's Infect, then you will lose. Nuelling, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Is this Lead the Stamp? It's Court Elves, not Lead the Stampede ones.
Yeah, it's Court Elves. It's the black-green Court Elves.
So, a turn 1 Llanowar Elves following up a Slippery Bogle, and I think Kevin likely going to be trying to lead into... looks like going for a basic Plains here, so by going for that white source as opposed to the green source, could be signaling that he has the Daybreak Coronet in hand. Just by going for that one. Otherwise, I would expect more green cards from this deck
Yeah,
in
typically
particular.
you don't want to get your basic planes.
So I will be curious about that one.
Yeah, I would bet he's got Daybreak Coronet in his hand.
It will be Cord Elves to my knowledge. At least he is running Cord. So,
Or he's got 2 white things to play this turn, like Hyena Umbra, Ethereal Armor.
still, against
So that's 2, 3, 4, attack for 4.
pretty solid, but I think that without doing something that presents a huge amount of damage, And we're going to be dropping down an Elvish Mystic and a Llanowar Elves off of that Cavern of Souls and the other Llanowar Elves. So Jacob now playing with 4 mana with actually a fairly slow start. We've got another Llanowar Elves in the hand currently, as well as what appears to be an Elvish Visionary. Eli, everybody.
Left my sideboard in shambles, all over the place.
I think the power of the Shaman of the Pack is going to be really solid for Jacob here. Being able to kind of, I think if Kevin is able to get a Daybreak Coronet, that's going to be pretty bad. But we do have a core Spirit Dancer for Kevin, able to draw some cards as well as putting down a Spider Umbra, so a little bit more damage being presented. Overall, Jacob under pressure.
Under pressure.
And he's got some blockers. He has the ability to throw them away. There's no trample just yet, and is eventually going to have to toss some creatures in front of it. We do have a Court of Call or a Collected Company in hand, as well as a Court of Calling. Actually, I'd be curious as to what because we do now have the Heritage Druid out.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Heritage Druid's going to be able to pump out a bunch of mana.
I mean, when you have nothing but Mystics and Llanowar Elves anyway...
It's already making mana themselves.
Exactly. So I
Just
think
makes
what
it
we're
so
looking for is a pass the turn. We might see a block going into a Court of Call... Or not a Court of Calling, a Collected Company,
Block
which will
Collected
lead into a Court of Calling. For
Looks
potentially
like he's tapping
toolbox.
2. Elvish Visionary.
Mm-hmm.
And Pastor.
And that does still mean that he has access to this Court of Calling. Potentially just blocking with this Elvish Visionary, and then going for the Collected Company, flood the board out a little bit, and
Can
then
he
maybe
Collected
go for a
Company
Court-
this turn? He tapped 2 different elves that have been tapped for mana.
I think we
Did
do
that
have...
one come in last turn? Okay.
I think we have 2 mana producers. We've got one that produces mana
One
as
that
well
can,
as...
and then 3 that can tap. Okay.
Yep. But the Rancor is now huge. And I think
Rancor
that
is-
Boggles just took game 1.
And Spirit Mantle.
And look at that, Boggles just took
This
game 1.
is over.
Yep.
The only thing that could possibly save him is a Reclamation Sage.
Yep.
And then
Basically,
you have to decide whether you're taking out the Trample.
you take down the trample and block,
Or-
I guess.
I mean, you have to take down Spirit Mantle.
Oh, true.
You
True.
have to take out 2.
But
Okay,
that is not going to be
so-
enough.
Shaman of the Pack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You lose 8 down to 9, and I am dead.
Hooray!
Bogle Stakes game 1.
Solid game 1. Very much. I think Elves missing its land drops early on in the turn.
Definitely hurt.
It's kind of hard to 10 points for Gryffindor. Nice. I think the benefit of playing Elves is that you get so far ahead in mana. And so I've seen a lot of Elves players keep these one-land hands that have so many Elves, but the point is that you're not actually getting the benefit of running Elves, because when you drop down the turn 1 Elf, but you don't have a second land drop, you're now operating on exactly the same level that your opponent is, except yours is removable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that obviously there are hands that you have to keep. But I think that a one-land hand in Elves is riskier than people think, and it really slows down the deck a lot. Thoughts on Hate Bears? I actually really like Hate Bears as a deck. I'll be curious to see if Legacy Death and Taxes with the new Spell Queller
Yeah, Spell Queller might be
could be interesting. I'm not sure if it's actually going to make an impact. I'll be curious if anybody tries Blue-Red in Modern. Or Blue-White.
I'm interested to see Spell Queller be played alongside things that can flicker it.
Displacer Eldrazi.
Mm-hmm.
That's, it's kind of a pipe dream, but the point is that usually we would get this card and it would have the old school templating. But this one actually has
the old one.
Yeah, it has the templating that you can do the flicker shenanigans.
Yep. So, could be interesting.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm walking around playing Pokemon Go. I have so little time to play it, unfortunately. I love the concept of it, and I'm excited about it. But I realistically have no time to actually get Pokemon Go and use it effectively.
Agreed. Same here.
Thought that Elves had been dead in Modern for years. Interestingly
made a
enough,
comeback.
Collected Company brought it back.
Yep, Collected Company brought it back. It surged in popularity when Eldrazi was running the format because Elves was actually favored against Eldrazi.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's just stuck around since.
Oh, that's interesting. You can also, in a processor deck, you'd be able to process the Spell Queller. So I like that as well.
Yeah?
That's
Okay,
really
so you
solid.
Spell Quell your opponent's thing.
Let's not get out of hand. Let's not. But I will say this: it does make Esper look tantalizing.
Because you play Olamog's Nullifier alongside of it, counter another spell.
I was gonna say Wasteland Strangler is a removal spell as well.
That works too.
Um,
But
I-
Olamog's Nullifier is sweet.
mm-hmm. Chasing Integrity, absolutely true. Just because the deck's complete ability to go above the low removal of the Eldrazi deck during the winter. I mean, when you look at the Elves deck, it's absolutely phenomenal when they don't have removal.
Yep.
And actually, it's interesting because these decks are good in exactly opposite climates.
Mm-hmm. One wants you to have all the removal,
Uh-huh.
and the other wants you to have none.
Right. And I think that's partially what gives Elves this huge advantage, because Elves is not that disadvantaged by Kevin going about his game plan. However, he is a pretty fast deck, and he can gain some life, which is problematic for Elves. And that's why Boggles is still a deck that excels when it's in its perfect environment, but still kind of remains on the fringe. Saladin have a great night, but the ability to just gain life sometimes and get that trample in becomes pretty solid. Jacob, however, is just enacting his game plan. He doesn't need to worry about much. Maybe 4 paths out of the sideboard.
Yeah, but I don't think... Honestly, that's not really what Kevin wants to do, I don't think. I don't think you really are planning on bringing in Path here. I think you're just trying to kill them fast. I think both players are just trying to Goldfish as fast as they can.
I could see a pretty good argument for Path against this deck, just for potentially things like the Elvish Archdruid. Some of those cards...
It depends on the cards that Kevin is playing. If he's playing something like Keen Sense, you want that out in this matchup. You don't want it, so you can bring in Path there.
Mhm.
But if you've just got a bunch of things that let you get by creatures anyway, like Spirit Mantle and Rancor,
Absolutely
play
true.
your game.
There's not much that you want to take out. That's absolutely true. I could see things like potentially a Spider Umbra coming out. It's a little bit less relevant in this matchup. You do have a decent amount of one-drop enchantments, so if it's pulling one of those, then
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel heartbroken about it. But you're right, in that the big thing is that while you're looking at the possibility of Kevin bringing things in, he's got to have things that he wants out. And a Leyline of Sanctity. And that is for the Shaman of
The
the
Shaman of the Pack does target. Interesting.
So Leyline of Sanctity, Kevin now can't be the target of spells or abilities. A Glade Cover Scout.
Everything is hexproof.
And pretty
Except
much.
for the ley line.
Pretty much. Now we are looking at Jacob, who's going to be digging for Azuri. That's his out.
Azuri is big. Elvish Archdruid is still fine.
Azuri is surprisingly great in this matchup anyway, because he actually has the ability to grow a board that can contend with
Oh, there's Archdruid.
with the Glade Cover Scout. I mean, a giant Glade Cover Scout, it's normally the biggest thing on the battlefield. But combining an Elvish Archdruid and an Azuri can actually make a board that can
Here's a
compete with it.
Spider Umbra. Does Kevin have a second land?
As far as the leyline for the Shaman, I think likely his thought is that he can generally dominate combat through just life gain.
Mm-hmm.
But the Shaman of the Pack has a huge ability to just go for a quick blowout. Potentially just going for the leyline for that. Also seeing the black mana, maybe being cautious about potential sideboard hand disruption.
Yeah.
Unlikely, but when you see black mana and you are, in your Bogles, you gotta worry a little bit.
You gotta be ready for some Thought Seizes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're gonna crack this this wooded here. Goes
Yep.
and gets a forest. I think he might be planning on casting a Collected Company that he has in his hand this turn. Because he can tap the Archdruid for 3, tap the forest, that's 4.
Yeah, that becomes a pretty solid play. I guess it kind of depends on what you find, but a Reclamation Sage becomes huge. Looks like you are
Yeah,
correct.
Reclamation Sage will take out the Leyline, and I did see Shaman of the Pack in Jacob's hand.
Oh, okay. Hey! Really, really big man. It's good to see ya. Thanks for joining
Thanks for
us.
stopping in.
But yes, we do. We do.
Okay,
And-
Spellskite is a great one to hit off of this.
No Reclamation
And hit a
Sage
Heritage
just yet.
There's a
Oh.
certain... Wow!
I have a hard time picturing Jacob losing this match.
That was a
Or
fantastic
this game.
turn 3.
Incredible turn
Oh,
3.
elves.
The spell skate
things
is
that you
huge.
do.
If Jacob doesn't, or I'm sorry, if Kevin doesn't have Daybreak Coronet, he's out of luck.
Well,
The
he
spell
didn't have a
skate is going
second
to be
land
taking everything else.
last turn.
Uh,
Path tags out for Azuri, okay.
and
on your redirect
there we
spell
go.
I don't think you want to do that.
After a moment's thought, we're going to take the one that will win.
Especially
And-
since that gives Jacob a land to be able to possibly activate his Uri more.
Yep. And really, that's not the biggest concern. When you've got this Elvish Archdruid, you are looking at... Actually, I guess that could be 2 activations of the Zuri. Attacking
Kevin
here
attacked.
is risky.
He's just dead, right? If Jacob has a land, that's 2 activations. That's 6, 7, 8. So that's 6. Yeah, he's just dead.
I think we have another Collected Company. If we hit Dwynen's Elite, interestingly enough, that might be enough.
Attack you.
We're just going to activate. Take the win.
Activate. You're dead. You are very dead.
That is, yeah, that's close to...
Because that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 because of the Archdruid. That's
Yep.
21. That is 21 right there.
Ooh. Takes the Game 1 win with 1 to spare.
Game 2.
Takes the Game 2 win with 1 to spare. I don't know how I do it, but I do it.
I agree, slowly crashing, because had Kevin not attacked there,
The problem was he wasn't winning that game.
no.
And I think he went for the attack saying, look, it's an extra 2 damage. If I happen to get it, you're applying pressure. But blocking there, he would have been in the exact same spot of losing this match.
Well, the problem is
Or this
attacking there, he's dead on board. He needed to do the math, see that he was dead on board. If you draw a land, then I'm dead. But if you don't draw a land, I can block at least.
Yeah. And I have to agree as far as going for the company because you get a little bit of extra, and especially if you end up landing into anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Does Leyline work against Shaman? Yes, it is target opponent. So, Elves going to be on the draw this time. Could be slightly relevant just because they are both decks that can theoretically pretty consistently turn 4. Both of them, or I guess Elves certainly capable of a turn 3, however, especially when they can actually interact with Bogles by blocking. I mean, when you're looking at the deck, that's pretty much the best way that you have. Why is there a Spellskite in our background?
Because he's a cool guy.
I guess it's just kind of sweet. Horrors are kind of the relevant thing this spoiler season,
I think his name is Robert.
and we named more than just the zombie.
Yep, this is
Ooh.
Robert the Spellskite.
Nice. I'm a little bit thrown off by that. There's already a Bob in Modern, but hey.
No, this is Robert, not Bob.
Curious. Curious. Deathheart Shaman. Ooh.
Please no.
I am okay with, Oh, man. Nice. Pause. Dig it. But, a thing in the S background, we don't have one set up at the moment.
Thing in the ice in the background.
So, Kevin on the play. I'll be curious to... Nice. JB Red Phoenix going for possibly the best Boggles joke right now. Oh, man, that is beautiful. So, Jacob, I still think that given a better hand is probably an advantage, especially the card draw when Kevin is really limited. I don't think it's very possible for him to get the exact turn 3 kill. Just because his ideal turn 2 swing would be for, I guess, 4, 5?
Horizon Canopy. Kevin must not have another land, because Horizon Canopy isn't typically the first land you want to play.
No, really signaling a 1-lander right now. Superstar, is that a follow? I'm not entirely sure. Let me know. We've got a Heritage Root turn 1, and actually that signals to me no other 1-drops from Jacob.
Yep.
So both of them with fairly unideal hands, but we do have the basic planes coming down. Maybe just needed that for the green.
Needed it for the green.
Pause, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. And we have got a Spider Umbra just to swing for 2 so far. Pretty slow start, but by holding up that white source, maybe trying to signal something, but Kevin continually taking damage off of this, and a Dwynen's Lake coming down.
That means 3 mana for Jacob. He can get a Visionary down, as well as maybe another 1 mana, I think. Oh, Nettle Sentinel's great.
I belong in a museum, apparently. I'm not entirely sure what that means.
in a museum.
Oh, is that Ezreal?
No.
Oh, are you just saying that? I don't know what's happening.
You That belongs in a museum that's an Indiana Jones quote.
Mr. D35. It's been a while since I've seen Indiana Jones, and I apologize
It's
for
like
that.
his most iconic line.
Oh, I would not call that.
I
Terry
think
Moore.
That belongs in a museum is very easily Indiana Jones' most iconic line.
And the
Well,
Daybreak
Daybreak
Cornet. That's big. So, a huge swing, just taking the block, going down to 13, and we're going to be going up to 22. By Kevin casting that Daybreak Cornet, we are now getting a little bit of a turn of the tide, so to speak. So,
okay. So you belong in a museum is an Ezreal line from League of Legends. I don't play League of Legends. I have no idea.
do I sound like Ezreal? I honestly don't know. Is there a top 8 after this? Unfortunately not. Yeah, unfortunately not. But Kevin is looking fairly favored right now. By the way, did you see that article about the stream, like, having the little dial thing?
I did.
I'm loving that idea. I might actually
See if
work with-
David can do that.
I think we can. It just involves actually setting up the, like, board that we've been doing, the control board, as opposed to the keyboard and mouse that we've been doing. So, a chord of calling, untapping those. I believe this is a chord for, looks like 3, and I think we are going to be breaking the 1 enchantment. Now this is brilliant. You take down the Spider Umbra with the Reclamation Sage.
And that means
Daybreak
Cornet falls off.
Daybreak Cornet falls off because it specifically requires that it's enchanted to a creature with an aura attached to it. By taking out the 1 aura on it, Kevin, huge, enormous setback. Jacob now likely to win just through the... I mean, he's gotten his Zuri off of this.
He's got a Zuri.
First
He's
of all.
got- Yeah, he's just got a lot of stuff here. He's got so many elves. He can activate Nykthos for a ton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus can tap Elvish Archdruid for a ton. Zuri's going to go off. This game is over.
Unless...
Here's 3 mana.
Unflinching Courage. Let's gain
That's
3.
not going to do it.
Oh, we will.
It brings him to 25. He is still definitely dead to this board.
Yeah...
Oh, man. This game is so over.
No, we are about
I'm
to
going to
get...
attack with all of these guys.
I mean, we've got access
Bruh.
to, I think, upwards of 15 mana, something like that. I think we've got 3 activations off of this.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 creatures, so Archdruid tap for 9. Use 2 of it down to 7. Activate Nykthos for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you're at 17. That's 3 activations.
Wow.
So that is +9/+9 across the board. A total of +10/+10 thanks to the Archdruid. And they all have trample 3 times.
Rock and roll. It'll take you to the mountain, which, in this particular situation,
Can you
is...
post this deck list? The Elves deck list?
We-
I can ask Jacob.
We can try, but it's hard for us to promise deck lists anymore because we got, like, trying to do other cool projects ended up taking a lot of the time that we were spending doing deck lists. And so it has become somewhat less. We're trying to get to the point where we can do that. We can try. We can try. That's the main thing. But it is a fairly stock Elves list. So it's going to head back up to the booth. We're going to try and get another match for you. And let's try and get something a little bit grindy.
Absolutely.
See you there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ. It's phenomenal to have you here. We're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. My co-host today is Bryce. I'm very excited by this, the fact that we are over 300. And again, to any of you who are joining from the Hoogland Raid, thank you so much. I genuinely hope that you are really enjoying this show. To Poe Punisher, are you actually located in Snohomish? That's awesome. Do I happen to know you, or have you just not been here before? Either way, that's very cool. What's the most exciting spoiler so far? Burn spells that hit the player. The 2 of them, the Escalate one as well as the Galvanic one that ends up hitting the player, that's the thing that was most exciting to me. Seeing the return of Or Player is big to me. Hey, thank you so much. We try. Really, really big man, thank you so much for the follow. I do really appreciate that one. Yes, Washington State in a town called Snohomish. I am Thank you, everybody. So to everybody who joined from the raid, it's incredible having you. To Spatial Threat, yes, I will be at GP Portland. I'm really excited about that one. I tend to play Modern, but I will be putting something together. If anybody who happens to be going to GP Portland wants to come hang out with us for a little bit, on the Friday before, we're going to be going to Pizza Schmitz. It's about 3 blocks away. We don't know the exact time, probably about 7, but keep watching in the future. It's going to be awesome. But yeah, join us, have some pizza with us, have some food. Char 005, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. I'm really excited about it, and if it goes well, then we'll do it for GP Dallas Fort Worth when you go to that one. How do I board against Jund with Naya Burn? What are the good cards against Jund in the Burn sideboard? I mean, against that one, it kind of depends on what my sideboard is looking like at the time. Impact Pigeon, thank you so much. I'll often bring in the Path to Exiles just to be able to take down... things like their Scavenging Ooze as well as their Kitchen Finks if they bring those in. I try and bring in anything that might answer the life gain, but overall, I don't bring in a whole lot. I'm usually feeling pretty solid in that matchup, so I'm not too worried about it. Skull cracks are generally a big one. Yeah, that's not a super concerning one. I guess if I'm feeling particularly saucy, I might go for Deflecting Palm, but likely not. Hey, that's super cool. Well, feel free to come in sometime. I'm here a lot. Come play some Standard, Modern, or Legacy. We do it 4 times a week. Every Monday we stream Standard at 6:30 Pacific Time. Every Wednesday and Saturday we stream Modern, 7 o'clock Wednesday and 6 o'clock Saturday. And every Friday we stream Legacy at 7:30. I'd love to meet you one day. We're just to the southwest of where you are. Feel free to come hang out sometime and play some of the format. I'm excited about that one. Oh, just go north to BC and drive east. Oh, that's super easy. Super easy. What else have we got? Either way, I'm excited, and hopefully you guys will be joining us for some pizza. I always enjoy pizza. I enjoy eating food, and I genuinely enjoy meeting people.
All right, the only match still going is Burn versus Lantern right here. They're in the middle of a game.
Which means that Burn is likely about to win.
It's very possible.
Unless there's a ley line out. If there's a ley line out, then Lantern has a chance. If there isn't, Burn will likely take the win. Now, I will say that the Burn player is actually someone who has never competed in Modern before and is playing Burn for the first time. So we're going to give a little bit of like a caveat there. Could be getting used to the deck, but it's definitely a favorable matchup. No Commander, unfortunately. Commander is extremely difficult to stream, actually. And I don't really want to do it right now because I wouldn't be confident in the product. Okay. Hey, Bryce, what's your favorite spoiler so far?
What's my favorite spoiler so far?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, there's so many. Emrakul.
Emrakul? Okay, that was actually a very cool one. Very cool one. Let's see here. Have we gone to Le Bistro Montag or Montague? I'm not sure which way it's pronounced in that one. I have not.
Have you guys gone to Le Bistro Montague?
I have not. Is that in Portland? If so, we'll have to try it out. We like to treat ourselves when we go to GPs, and we'll get there as cheap as possible.
Oh, Eric.
Yeah. And then Eric has got the best taste, and he's basically our team travel manager. But we are going to be having, there's going to be a good amount of the Fortnites down there, and hopefully some of you as well. But I am very excited that one.
Oh, it is in Portland? We'll maybe give it a shot when we're down there.
Hey. Also, if I end up having spare time, I'm probably going to try and visit Powell's. I'm a book nerd, too. Oh, man, it's going to be sweet. Favorite spoiler, Coax from the Blind Eternities. Very cool card. Treat yourself. So we should be trying to get another matchup soon. Is that actually the only matchup?
That is literally the only match left.
Really? Wow, what a fast final round.
Yep.
Absolutely blisteringly fast. So, hopefully it's going well, but that does mean that we might be coming towards the end. We'll stick around a bit, but now is a great time. Let's play some 6 words. A lot of you are brand new. 1, if you're not asking us 6 words, I guess before we get to that one, or if you want to toss it in, if you're brand new to the stream, say hi, let me know. Let me know where you're watching from. The Hoolan stream gave us a huge boost, and I would love it. Can we ask 2 other people to play? Occasionally they're willing to, not always. A lot of people, after going through 4 rounds, would rather just go home.
Joe and Mason said they were up to play if we need that.
Okay, excellent. So I guess we can go for that one if this other match isn't going to show up. So let's see if this game 3 will be happening.
Yeah, I'll see if something happens. They're right here on the end, so I'm keeping an eye on it.
Yeah. Hits like thunder, yes. The Snapcasters one was all kinds of fun to join. Ended up draining my data just a little bit. Don't have that unlimited. My internet is awful for anybody who hasn't actually come to that conclusion before.
6 words,
was
favorite
a lot of fun.
sideboard card.
Oh, my favorite sideboard card. Right now, I guess it's probably Deflecting Palm.
6 words, TJ.
Oh, right now, I guess Deflecting Palm. Yeah, I like that one. It'll change based on each time you ask me, though. That one will.
Timely Reinforcements.
Ooh.
That card is gas.
Yeah. Thoughts on Chaos Reveler? Oh, man. So hard to evaluate. Maybe incredible. Cost reduction effects are always worth looking at.
Seems pretty cool. We'll wait to see.
Yeah, Spellskite is another one that will often be one of my favorite ones. 6 words, favorite YouTuber. Technically us. Otherwise, maybe Dan Bull. I don't watch a ton of YouTube these days. I used to watch a lot of it, and I used to do like Philip DeFranco, the Vlog Brothers, and go through like a ton of them. Like I had a good stream, but I don't have time these days. Like,
Yeah.
It's a very major factor for me right now.
For me, I know it's lame. It's Smosh games.
Oh, okay, okay. What was in the Cracker Pack? We had a Sylvan Library and a foil counterspell.
No, wait, I was wrong. Markiplier.
What is the 6 words best deck in Modern? Hard to tell.
Can't answer that. Stop that.
I'll say Burn. I think Burn's in a solid spot right now. Like, it will always be different. The best deck will always be varying, but I think that Burn's in a really solid spot right now.
Here's my answer. There is no best deck there.
Fair enough. I mean, previously I've said Obs on Company, sometimes I say Tron, other times I've said Jund, sometimes I say Affinity. It will change, but I think that right now Burn is pretty solid. We post on YouTube? Yes, if one of our amazing mods wants to give us the...
Doro did it.
Boom, Doro's amazing. Unnecessarily restrictive. If you don't want to put 6 words, just ask a regular question and we'll answer as fully, as completely as possible.
6 words on the upcoming ban list announcement. Nothing. Modern is great right now.
Yes. Basically, it just means that you can get us... We answer with almost no thought whatsoever. If you want us to potentially say something stupid, then 6 words is the way to go for it. Let's see. Most unique deck in Modern. The most unique deck in Modern. Ooh. Taking turns. It just takes turns.
Lantern Control.
Oh, that's a
Nothing
good
else
one.
does that.
That's actually a really good point. I probably wish I had gone with Lantern Control. That's a good point. Completely different access,
Yep.
all things considered. 6 words on the upcoming ban list. Interest of competitive diversity, no changes.
Interest of competitive diversity. MGG banned Metagame Gurus because they took 4 of the top 8 at the last SCG.
Let's see else. What else? Why is it not the Tybalt? What are we talking about? I love Tybalt.
Tybalt.
I don't know, but I love Tybalt. I'm not sure what you're asking, but I love it.
6 words, favorite non-red card, and why?
Someone has asked me this before, and it's always a rough question. Oh, wait.
Oh, there was
We gotta go. Let's see here.
deck you don't want to see at the table.
Soul Sisters, if I'm playing Burn. It's
Man,
miserable.
What don't I want to see across stage?
You don't want to see Green Red Tron. I can tell you.
If I'm playing Infect, I'm fine with Tron.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Jund. It's always really grindy, man.
I love playing against Jund. Favorite opinion of 6 words questions in 6 words. I enjoy it. Sometimes I miss. Dang it. Go for it. Power. We got a go.
Uh,
Favorite non-red card and why?
favorite
Go.
non-red card? Snapcaster Mage. It's always my favorite.
What red cards aren't there? Oh man, actually I was not a Spellskite. Oh wait. Cranial plating. Oh no.
It's 2 words.
Arcbound.
You
Arcbound.
could just say plating.
Oh yeah, oh that's a good one. 6 words, best kind of sauce, Alfredo sauce. Goes great with Tybalt. Hogpog, how often do we stream? That's a great time to link in this one as I seamlessly transition. Hit that follow button because every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time we stream Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday we stream Modern. Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. And every Friday at 7:30 you can check out our Legacy stream. I'll also do a lot of hand gestures all the time. Woo!
I do see a 6 words. How shocked would you be if Coco got banned? Extremely. Modern is great right now.
I'd be pretty taken aback, yo. Let's see, what else have we got? Needs more second sunrise. Why isn't Abbot of Carol Keep good? Abbot of Carol Keep, it's not that it isn't a good card.
It has a shot to be.
The problem is that in every list in which it finds itself, it is not actually in line with its game plan. When you're looking at prowess, you're looking at a card that will likely align itself with instants and sorceries at its base nature. But in Modern, by the time that you want to cast it, it's usually not as good as your other options. Usually when you're in those colors, you either have black, in which Dark Confidant becomes an extremely viable choice. And then when you're looking at the decks that are really capitalizing on those prowess triggers, you're looking at either Burn with Swift Spear or Delver variants. And in Delver variants, that doesn't actually, it's not an evasive creature. And usually just flipping the top card isn't quite enough.
Yep.
It's a solid card, but it's just short. Will Tameo be a good card? Likely in Standard, yes. Maybe Modern?
Well, which card?
Tameo.
I think Tameo is pretty cool.
We gotta get speed around it so hard. Nightburn with or without Nicoddles? Without. You?
Play what you want.
Why do you hate grindy matchups? You play MTG solely for the grind. I like all Magic. Pretty much.
I don't dislike grind. Was that a 6 words?
No, you like
Okay.
snacks, but
I don't dislike grindy matchups. I'm fine with playing a grindy matchup. It's just Jund is always a grind. There are games against other decks that are grindy that aren't grindy, but Jund is always a grind.
Favorite foreign card? My foil Spanish Tybalts. You.
Favorite foreign card? I hate foreign cards.
27 words on favorite build-around card. 27 is a lot, but I will say that I really like Tybalts. Maybe that was 27, or maybe it is now. I'm not keeping track.
Build around cards. Snapcaster Mage.
Nice. What Modern ban list changes? Absolutely none. 6 words. Do we brew for Modern? I personally am much better at deck tuning prices as well. A good amount of our co-hosts are much more in the brewery range. I brew occasionally. I've made an Esper Delver and Tybalt decks, and I brew, but my forte is in tuning.
6 words. Best legal cards not seen play in Modern.
Favorite MTG artist as well.
So best legal cards not seen play in Modern. Chandra Flamecaller. Seriously, she's great, guys.
I actually do really like that one. Favorite MTG artist was Peter Moorbacher. He's not really making the art for them anymore. However, he did make Tybalt, which is why I've got that one.
Are you guys between a game?
How good do I think Bant Eldrazi is in Modern right now?
Game 3. Get on. We want another match.
If they're willing to.
Yeah.
Go
Going to game
grab
3?
first and last name.
Figure
Okay.
out.
How good do I think Bant Eldrazi is in Modern right now? Not the best, but it's pretty good. Unfortunately, it's similar to Tron in which it's solid against a lot of the tier 2 and below. The tier 1 it can somewhat struggle with, but overall I like it a lot. We are going to head down for a game 3.
Alright, so against the wall is Andrew Todd
Excellent.
on Burn.
Okay. And this is actually my burn deck.
Yep.
Going up against, I'm assuming, Martin.
Up against Martin, who is on Lantern.
Okay, so
This is game 3.
interesting. Lantern taking a game. Pretty impressive there. So let's head on down for game 3. We'll see you there. Okay, so what else Gotta.
Thanks for sticking around, people.
8-rack boggles or fish? I prefer fish. I don't really like. I don't like the idea of banning Tron. I definitely enjoy that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can you Delver Thing in the Ice combo deck? Delver and Thing in the Ice are generally against each other because after you flip it, Thing in the Ice will bounce it back, which becomes kind of problematic.
Yep.
In 6 words, did Lantern beat Top Control? Apparently at least once, and we're going to be finding out in the future. Can you link a video for me to watch later? I think, just send it to me at Red Baron MTG or on Reddit at Red Baron MTG. Both of them would definitely be the better way to get in touch with me there, because this computer is in the shop, which means that I don't have access to it when we're not streaming, or at least when I'm not here.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm here, I'm streaming. In general.
Okay, this hand for Andrew is not great, but it's fine. He's got 2 lands. He can play an Eidolon, and then he'll have he has Boros Charms. He's kept in Searing Blaze.
An unusual choice there, and actually, this is kind of falls into the point where I'm going to say a quick moment here. This player has not played in Modern before. This is his first 4 rounds of, I think, competitive, or of like regular REL, and first time playing Burn. Things will happen.
That's fair.
We should give that an opportunity.
Otherwise, the hand looks fine.
Let's see.
Basically on a mulligan to 6, and this is a great keep at 6.
Yeah, excellent. And actually having creatures is going to be really key, because Leyline of Sanctity is going to be the main out that he has access to. And if there's still a Spellskite, then it becomes a solid card. Okay. Perhaps decks and interviews between rounds being streamed. We've considered it. It is very difficult to do with the variety of people and decks and time frames that we have. We are looking into a variety of things, and we have many ideas, actually.
Andrew, going to work right away. Lava spike your face.
The biggest thing is making sure that we can do it with, 1, our budget, which is 0, and what we have capable. I like the idea in the future, but we don't really have the ability to do it currently. We're looking at adding deck text between rounds, things like that in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like the idea, and I appreciate that. Any kind of feedback is always impressive. Hogpog,
milled a Searing Blaze, so
that worked out well.
perfect.
If you're looking for the Modern Burn list, if one of the mods links are tapped out account,
It is Red Baron Burn.
it is Red Baron Burn. You can find it at the bottom of our Modern folder. Agro Buddha, I can answer questions like that more after this particular match. I'm not sure what. I assume Game 1 went to Burn, but I honestly don't know.
I would bet the Game 2 went for a while, which is typically in Lantern's favor.
Mikey knew that's a fantastic question. After this game, we'd be more than happy to dive into that one.
Please go get a green source.
It's possible.
He doesn't have another one.
Okay. Yeah, missing that one. It is something, like, he has a reason for going for that right now. I did tell him when, showing him the deck that that's something that you need to keep in mind. So he's got a reason. What is the white border card? That'll be a Lightning Bolt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with the Noose. Thank you so much.
Oh, you
it's
mean
something that we
Martin's hand.
love.
That's going to be
Ensnaring Bridge.
Ensnaring Bridge, yep.
So I think the Eidolon is coming down. It's absolutely the right call.
Eidolon is good here, yep.
And I told him that, ooh, and we're going for that one. And possibly waiting a little bit, maybe getting afraid of the Ensnaring Bridge, if that's what caused it last time. And again...
But even then, anytime Martin casts a spell, it's going to hit him.
Absolutely. But...
card, that hits a Destructive Revelry.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Goblin Guide, okay.
Andrew's still looking okay at this Searing Blaze, at least not super dead. If he draws into another land, it's going to be able to go for this Spellskite as soon as he's able to. Otherwise, I'd like to see him cast down this Eidolon of the Great Revel now. Mikey New, thank you so much for the follow.
Martin did draw a Leyline.
You never do want to do that. Any Wilted Obzon in the field? We actually do occasionally have it out there, but not tonight.
No.
So, another Boros Charm, and we say that the Eidolon should come down, and it's 100% true. But at the same time, he is doing just fine.
Yeah, I mean, Martin has 2 copies of Pyroclasm in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a Pyxis of Pandemonium.
It's going to keep exiling cards. They're going to be face down, so we're actually not even going to know what's getting taken away in that particular case. But overall, that's going to be pretty solid. Milling more cards, we do have one face down. We have another Lightning Bolt in hand. So we've got a Rift Bolt and a Lightning Bolt, which theoretically are dealing 4 damage total because of this Spellskite. You also do have a Searing Blaze if we ever had a land, but that's offering 1 damage. Overall, I'm not too worried, and I think what we should see is
Here comes Goblin Guide.
nice, and maybe go for the...
I think you suspend the Rift Bolt this turn.
I like this.
Because then next turn you can go...
Yeah, just overload it.
And block is going to occur.
This is, of course, under the assumption that Andrew isn't going to be playing the Eidolon. But, the Pyxis of Pandemonium, exiling both cards, though I'm not sure why we took a look at what Martin's face-down card was. Oh, because the Goblin Guide.
Yep.
Got it. So, just a block there on that one. At least, you know, getting some attacks in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And an Ensnaring Bridge going to be coming down, but Martin has how many cards in hand? It looks
Several.
like 3.
He's got Leyline, Clasm.
And 2 Pyroclasms, but not a single red source to be seen. Oh, man. So, we have...
So Rift Bolt's going to go... Looks like it's going to go upstairs and then get redirected to the Spellskite.
Yep. So we are going to go down to 7 to pay for that one. We do have the other land. So we've got a Searing Blaze active, which is going to put him down to 4. We have... And that's also going to kill the Spellskite. So...
Please play your land first.
If we play the land...
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, I think, just
I think
won.
you might have him, yeah. Because you get to Searing Blaze, and
That-
then you have Bolt and your attack.
Bolt and Goblin Guide. That's going to close this game out. So if Andrew sequences this correctly, is Pyroclasm a good sideboard against Naya Burn? Depends on the deck, but the card is good against
It
Burn.
is fine.
The card is good against
Kills
Burn.
most all of the creatures, as long as it's not Nikado Burn.
Yes, but overall, I don't want to say that it's bad against Burn. Interestingly enough, the last time, Martin's last round last week, or on Saturday, was also against this exact deck. So, goes down to 14. Andrew making absolutely, and if this is the
Okay,
Searing
here
Blaze,
should be Searing Blaze.
then I think, oh yes,
3 to you, 3 to it. That's gonna kill the Spellskite.
we're gonna go down.
3 to Martin, down to 4. An attack for 2 from the Goblin Guide.
Yep.
I guess it's gonna bolt him first.
I mean, if it's gonna
show
have the
you
exact
that
same
you are
effect.
dead, and here's an attack.
A
There we
ley
go.
line in
Martin
hand.
takes it down.
Andrew taking the win. Nice job. Let's all give a... I mean, he can't hear us. Maybe he'll watch it later. But big ups to Andrew. 1. Let's say this. Andrew, willing to be on stream at his first ever tournament. That's actually big ups to him for that. Playing Burn, which actually a pretty solid deck to start off in the format with. Making a couple of mistakes with it, but sticking with it, continuing go.
And
to
hey,
go well.
I'll eat my words. Searing Blaze won that game.
Absolutely, it did, actually. Alright, so let's head on up, and the questions that we missed earlier, feel free to ask them. I will happily answer them. I do see the opinion on Wilted Obzon, so we'll try and get to that one there as well. Hello, my name is TJ.
I am Bryce.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Why couldn't he cast the Pyroclasms? Because he had no red source at the time, towards the end of that match. How do we feel about Wilted Obzon? Or at the end of the last turn, he did. But I
no,
think...
he had the
Glimmer Void?
He played Copperline Gorge for his first line.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
Interesting. No, you're right. And maybe just waiting to try and get more value off of it and prioritizing other stuff while the Spellskite was able to block. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, thoughts on Wilted Obzon. Good deck. Can have a lot of trouble against some, basically, like, it's decent against aggro, it's decent against mid-range, but
Bad
anything...
against control decks.
It's not great against control, and it's not great against combo. It has very little ways to actually interact with that one. So, what is this tournament level? Laserdog, it is regular REL. We stream 4 times a week, and there are weekly tournaments. Okay. Shout out to the lurkers, by the way. Oh yeah, the lurkers get big ups. Now, someone did ask us, what was the other question on there? Let's just go ahead and go on up and see what we can find out.
Sham Wow, thanks for hitting the follow button.
Absolutely.
That's actually Eric's nickname in our Pathfinder campaign now because he made a shaman, so we call him the ShamWow.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Is Pyroclasm good against Naira Burn? It depends on the deck, and I'm missing where those questions were, so my apologies
It was a
there.
ways up.
Thoughts on Storm? Solid deck, but the ability for players to, one, Lightning Bolt taking down the Goblin Electromancer, as well as the ability to exile graveyards becomes problematic. Storm is great when no one thinks it is.
Tevin, thoughts on the new white Escalate card? I actually like it. I assume you're talking about the one that's 1 and a white for the choose one of the 3 sacrifice an attacking creature, gain 4 life, untap 2 creatures. I think it's actually pretty good. I think it'll definitely see play in Standard, and it might even break its way into Modern as, Celestial Flare has seen some sideboard play, especially against Bogles, that kind of
Skyforth
stuff.
and Arachni, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. Apologies.
Especially against like Bogles, that kind of stuff, and then just having another way to gain life against Burn is still pretty good. So
Yeah, absolutely.
no new one. Which new one?
That's the new Thalia? Or what?
Well, no, he said no new.
Zombie Hunt, is it good? It's not great. LaserDog2000, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. I wouldn't go so far as to call Zombie Hunt good, but at a local meta, it's cheap and it's fun. And that's sometimes enough. What else have we got? Thoughts on Merfolk? The deck is absolutely incredible. I really enjoy it, and it's in a solid spot right now. But Merfolk always been a little bit on the fringes, and I've never fully known why, except for the fact it has a miserable affinity matchup. Rendrag13, thank you so much for hitting the follow button. Thoughts on the new Thalia? Probably standard play, maybe legacy play, possibly
Even modern.
modern play. Let's see here. Why isn't Monastery Mentor seeing play in Modern? There's not a whole lot of free spells. Mr. Coppertop 101, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. The problem is that tapping out to play at turn 3 means you don't have free spells, which means that you aren't getting a ton of value out of it. It has been played slightly, but it's a deck that has such a low threshold to where if you mess up, you lose. And dying to removal means that it turns it into likely a turn 5 spell, and you need to have a gameplay outside of that.
Okay, this is the new one. Working together, 1 white. Sorcery, escalate, tap and untap creature you control. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Destroy target enchantment. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature target player controls.
Oh.
Interesting. I think that's fine.
Mikey New, Fish not bad against Affinity at GPLA? Absolutely, and that was the 3rd time I've ever seen Merfolk beat Affinity at any REL.
Yep.
Actually. Let's see here.
I beat you in game 1 that one time in testing.
You did beat me in that game one time. What's a deck that we'd like to see played more in Modern?
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, I don't know. I like the way that most decks are just played.
Yeah, I guess, I'm a little bit... What deck do I wish was played more?
Maybe the Grixis decks.
Grixis Control is played pretty solidly. I guess maybe, like... I like Scred Red. I mean, the deck is sweet.
Hey, it's got a new toy.
It does have a new toy. I'll be curious about that one. Overall, I think that a lot of the decks are played pretty appropriately. I guess Black-White Tokens, actually. I'd like to see Black-White Tokens played more. I think that's a really
that's
cool
actually
deck.
true.
Yeah. Does the Modern Eldrazi deck get better with the new set? Nothing that I've seen yet really blows it onto a new level right now.
The only one that I'm actually looking at currently is the Mist Hologriffin one, the one that you can cast from exile, and that if it gets targeted by your opponent's spell or ability, it gets exiled.
Yeah.
That's the only one I'm really looking at.
What's a deck that you'd like to see played far less of in Modern?
Burn.
I gotta do what I gotta do, man.
I just say that because most of the decks I choose don't have great burn matchups. So.
Yeah,
Honestly, again, I like where Modern is. I like how the decks are played. I like how much they are played. I I guess if I'm being honest, burn isn't really it. It's probably something. It's probably something like Tron or Jund.
I honestly can't answer that one. I like everything. It's unfortunate, but I do love everything. Black-White token stats to a lot of incident play, unfortunately. True, what's my opinion on all the bad red cards in Eldritch Moon? I'm not thrilled, but I understand. Sometimes Standard's just got to change itself up a little bit, and if red was good, then you wouldn't actually have any of the Eldrazi and any of that stuff, like making a splash, and they should be. It's kind of their time to shine. What's the new toy for Scred Red?
Nahiri's Wrath.
Yeah, it could be interesting. What do I think of Thopters? I'm for them.
I like Thopters. Thopters are cool. I
Thought-
like making lots of Thopters and sacrificing them over and over to Ashnod's altar along with Pia and Karen Nalar to make infinite mana. And then you're like, boom!
Nice. Thoughts on the lack of Thopter Foundry decks exploding across Modern? I think it's perfect. It surprised me. I was expecting it to be a lot more, but I think it's fine in Modern. I think that occasionally I see it getting played, and as a Burn player, that concerns me a little bit. But overall, I'm pretty excited about just. I think that it's an option right now, and I think
Why
that's
aren't
enough.
Thopters being played more? It's a very fragile combo. It's broken up by Graveyard Hate. It is broken up by Artifact Hate.
And you
Stony
gotta
Silence
find it
is
too.
Played a lot.
You gotta find the pieces together.
Yep.
Which is usually possible, but it's basically it's either at the side of the deck, in which case you could probably do other stuff, or you're really dedicated into finding it, and then you get hit by like hate that's sitting out for affinity or for graveyard decks.
Laserdog, what is your favorite draft deck you have done? Mine would probably be one of the several Black-White Warrior decks that I made during Concept Art here. When everybody was going with the 5-color morphs, I was like, okay, I'll focus on these 2 colors and run you over.
Mono red 3 and under. I once had a Modern Masters draft deck that had 3 of. I've had some ridiculous. Yeah, I draft mono red usually
TJ forces mono red when he drafts.
every single time.
Weird.
Yeah. How much is left on the show until we decide to stop? But it's probably coming up soon. As soon as the questions stop, we'll probably call it at the end.
Favorite abilities in Magic? Oh man. Counterspells, I guess.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, favorite spells or favorite abilities in Magic. I really like Suspend.
Suspend is cool.
Or are we talking about just in general? Ooh, that's
Are
a
we
big
talking
question.
about mechanics or just like things that you can do in Magic?
Man, that's a
'Cause
big question.
It's like counterspells or taking lots of turns. Or that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit. I don't know. It seems like a really big
If you're
question.
looking for a favorite mechanic, then that's different. It's a little different.
By the way, it's a little bit of a weird request, but Katsugad, if you happen to still be in the chat, if you could just put pretty much any comment out, I would appreciate it. As a quick note. Okay. Tips on drafting better. I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't put a ton of focus into it.
Drafting better, honestly, watch a lot of the streamers that draft a lot. Kenji, Numat the Nummy, it's a good one. Humph drafts a lot. Just watch streamers. SG Doc's actually a great one as well. Watch drafts, participate in drafts. The only way you're going to get better is by doing it more and watching more and learning.
Also, as a quick note, we'd like to welcome Katsugad, one of the brand new mods of the Fortnites.
Moderator!
Enjoy your sword, Katsugad. Alright. Blood Moon, should it be banned? Absolutely not.
Choke? Yes. Blood Moon?
What's my favorite mechanic? Oh, that's always been a weird one. I really like prowess right now, though. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Favorite mechanic? I don't have a favorite mechanic. There's just lots of good ones.
Yeah, I'm always a little bit. It's hard because I really like individual cards and I like red cards, and so it's so hard for me to like. I really like. I like modular when it's on an Earthbound Ravager. I like equip when it's on a Cranial Plating. I like suspend when it's on a Rift Bolt. I like landfall when it's on a Searing Blaze.
I like flashback.
I like
Flashback's cool.
flashbacks are a great mechanic. I really like retrace. I really like retrace is a really sweet mechanic. So, it's I don't know. For me, it's always a little bit interesting. Also, as a quick note, we're probably coming close to the end. I have to give all of you a huge, huge thank you. And this is kind of the part where it gets. If I had to ban one card of each color from, I would take the least relevant card in each color.
Yes.
I would grab, I don't know.
Something that doesn't see play. from each
Absolutely.
color.
Ooh. Thoughts on the buyouts in Legacy?
I'm not going to comment on buyouts right now. I think it's a sensitive subject for a lot of people right now, and I think that talking about it could fan flames.
It's a hot topic. It's a hot topic. I can see both sides of the argument, and I think the big problem is that right now there's so little
Lights
to
are
actually
going
be done about it. So, We are going to be calling it just towards the end. To the 200 of you, I can't thank you all enough. You are absolutely amazing, and I look forward to seeing you all in the future. Be sure to check out that schedule. Be sure to hit the follow button. If you use Twitter, be sure to follow at RedBaronMTG because I'll let you know when we're streaming. Follow him because you occasionally put stuff up.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's going to be fun stuff in the future. But it is time for us to go. We're going to find someone to host you over, so stick with us, and we're going to continue this chain of good-heartedness and passing you along to some other very cool people. But those cards are absolutely sweet. And actually, that's our Lord of the Pit, isn't it? That's Dr. Shan Yu, isn't it?
Is that?
Yeah. Let's host you over to another local, actually.
Absolutely. Let's send him on over the show.
So say hi to him for us. He is a local who has come and played with us before. Pretty solid Legacy player. It's going to be a slightly different format, but hopefully you all enjoy it. But from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, and thanking all of you so tremendously. My name's TJ.
I am Bryce.
And whether it's good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, we hope it's an incredible one. We look forward to seeing you next time. See you there.